Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Triton-Cup, this time being the 46th edition of this tournament. I am one of your co-commentators today, and am here joined by Chili as we are going into the first match here, being Ataraxia versus Inked. Now, if you don't know, I don't know one of these teams, Ataraxia, I'm sorry. I imagine you guys are good, but I do recognize Inked being a Div 4 team, to my knowledge, so... Oh, wait, no, we were wrong. I was wrong. My bad. My bad. We got Alezia versus Intercontinental squad. So, these are probably pickups. I don't really recognize them, but what are you expecting from this, Shelly?
I'm hoping, based on seeding, we're going to see intensive performance by Owen's game. We've got 32nd, 33rd seed, so if pickups on paper evenly matched, but we'll see. I'm expecting to see lots of splash-o-matics based on the meta trend continuing to change. Be a bit stagnant at this point. But yeah, no, looking forward to it. Both teams are mystery to me, so I guess this is going to be a learning experience for both of them, isn't it?
Yeah, and also, chat, I haven't done this since the swimmer sink before Big House, but I'm doing another drinking game. Round 2. Round 2. This time, whenever I see a splash, I drink. Last time it was a machine and missile, so this time less demanding, just a certain weapon, but that weapon is such a monster. So, I'm gonna have fun. Alright, looking at the comps here, we got some nice comps, and oh, only two drinks. Very, thank you. Yeah, getting into it here, we do have some nice comps here. On the side of Intercontinental squad, we do have, we got Stamper, Flinkster for the missiles, we got the iconic Splash, and Nautilus can allow some good Inkstorm support as they take the zone, and 2 down on the side of Alezia already. Machine, Junior, Splash, and Leader, more of a meta comp on the side of Alezia, but it's what you do with that as one of the splashes, as their crab tank up, taking down Tobik and just being overall aggressive, trying to see if they can just push up more and more. I'm not going to drink every time there's a crab tank on the battlefield, Chili. That'll kill. That will kill.
The end of the first. I mean, I have it. for the range of the shot.
Chill, you're cutting out a little bit there.
Okay.
Guys, I think my co-commentator is on his death.
Maybe I've been on the drink, eh? Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, no, you're better now. You're better now.
Fabulous. No, I was just trying to say that Intercontinental squad have the far more kind of aggressive-looking comp on paper, with their long range essentially being the flings and missiles, but they've really taken advantage of that and had a very solid start.
They have a really good start right here. Intercontinental squad is just trying to push up in there. Stamper taking down Tobik. They're going to be taken down themselves by Wilksa with that splash. Crab Tank coming out could be really easy to paint the zone. It's mincemeat zone, so of course the zone is going to be going in a kick forth. Aloha trying to jump in, but the Crab Tank knew what they were trying to do and shuts them down really easy. Big Bubbler being put onto Purple's truck here as they're trying to push up. 2 down on either side as the machine's backing up. They have a Booyah Bomb at the ready, so this could be what they need in order to push back in. Tiny zone, tiny map, and taking down Aloha, taking down that splash, taking down that Crab Tank is going to help them immensely. But this Nautilus is going to try their best to take down the machine here. Stamper going to go down the side of squad as the Knot is not looking good, but able to take down the Junior winner.
Yeah, I really like the movement from the sloshing machine here, managing to bob and weave around a very chaotic situation. Alezia is still having really good control of the zone here, managing to not go down the tag, but then retreating from the missiles there. So if they can just hold here and keep up, then they could be taking the lead. But they have just lost the splash though, so this is Intercontinental's chance, and they've gone and took the zone back, keeping up that aggression, not being phased by that setback, and now it's free aside here.
Yeah, we're already seeing here Intercontinental squad is just trying to defend their lead, getting a penalty on Alezia, but Alezia is coming back in here. Red Crow on that right side. Their big bubbler just expired, so now they can go paint for another one. But they're just trying to keep paint on the zone alongside their Crab Tank. Maybe you shouldn't be standing a little too close. If you don't know, if you stand too close to that Crab Tank and somebody throws a bomb at that Crab Tank, they're gonna pick you off, not the Crab Tank. So I found that out the hard way, like the first week. It was not fun. But as we see here, the Stamper is getting some picks on the board. He's got to try to find a way in. 2 down. This is the chance for Intercontinental squad to get the zone back, but it's going to be down to Alezia. As one of them is pushing up, they got to paint the zone at Alezia.
Wow.
The lead. They're just not able to get in that zone.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out because they had, you know, Intercontinental squad had the numbers. Alezia had 2 down, but they did a fantastic job to hold that to manage to get the lead. They have had a penalty now, as we would have expected earlier, but yeah, they did a really good job of making Intercontinental really fight and exert to get that. Intercontinental with the numbers now, a really good Crab Tank coming out, 2 dropping down on Alezia's side, so this is Intercontinental's chance to make a really aggressive play and hold. They are having to retreat a little bit now, but they are keeping their numbers up. Alezia are seeing their players go down one by one. Maybe a bit of panic setting in here as Intercontinental take the lead back straight away. And Alezia running out of time here to respond.
Yeah, no. Down to the last second, and that is going to be it. There was a little bit of scare there in the middle area. Intercontinental squad got their lead taken by Alezia because they couldn't get back in the zone. But in the end, they were able to come back and take the zone right back from Alezia and just keep up the pressure, giving them the win.
Yeah, a really strong opening from Intercontinental squad, but I think what we saw from Alezia there was a bit of resilience. They didn't get disheartened by the strong opening from Intercontinental squad, and they did have multiple points throughout that match. It was looking like that they could take it, so I think if they can just reflect on what I thought was maybe a little bit of panicking at the end where they started to go down one by one, keep a level head, yeah, I don't think game 2's a given by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, no. Game 2, we're going from mincemeat to Wahoo. Wahoo is... Wahoo? Wahoo? It's already getting to me. But, you know, it's definitely a map. The problem with it is it's just really hard to get to mid. But in Splatoon, it's definitely the more favorable of modes on this map. It's got a solid zone, and stuff like Big Bubbler from the Junior could be really good on the zone or pushing away from the zone. It could be really good there. Of course, once the plat is, you know, extended, it is a really solid Splat Zones map. When the plat is not extended, though, you know, it's just like, I don't know. They're just, the developers were sitting in the room. They were trying to think of of maps like during Splatoon 2, and they're like, okay, what if we have this quirk where we have a fairly mid-tier map, but then for a solid minute, we just erase part of it.
Yeah, that would have been too good if they just left it as it was. I mean, coming off Mincemeat though, the bar's been pretty low. I think Wahoo will be really interesting. We're
Great.
seeing a subtle kind of comp change in the Intercontinental squad have gone and landed themselves a Splatling. We're seeing Splashomatic, so you're going to have to get the bottle out, but no surprises there. And yeah, we'll see how people handle the opening.
Yeah, already crafting coming out from Alezia, trying to keep control of that left side. Heavy is going to go down there as a Wavebreaker's coming out from that Dually Squelcher. A good midline supportive option for that Wavebreaker. Seeing the Splash just absolutely shredding that Crab Tank, but Carbon Deco is going to be able to save their team and not have it be in vain. But right now, Intercontinental squad is actually not looking really good right now, as Alezia is just taking really good control and leaving the Heavy guessing for more of those Splat Bombs, but not before they get taken out themselves. Heavy Splatling, of course, having the better range in this encounter, but now they got to find a way getting in there, and the Splash is just trying to hunt them down, or they're going to go down themselves, and the zone is, it might flip.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the exact opposite of what happened last game. This time, Alezia with a really aggressive opening push and managing to hold the zone here, commentator's curse, but they held the zone again for a very long time, where I would have expected them to lose it much sooner. They do have a numbers advantage against Intercontinental, 2 down, so I am expecting a reclaim for Alezia here. And we're just seeing constant aggression and Crab Tanks coming out left, right, and centre. The Splatling on Intercontinental did do a good job getting those picks, but then there wasn't really that momentum to get a quick cap on the zone.
We see the Carbon Deco with the signature sharking roller style trying to sneak up on this side, getting a splash.
Beautiful.
A vertical. And just going straight on their back, just distracting so many of the members of Alezia, trying to see if they can get some picks and trying to be a menace. But in the end, the Dually Sculptures were able to get some fall shots on that Carbon Deco. But the Carbon Deco did really good and helped their team out getting that retake. Machine gonna go down an Intercontinental squad. Splashing is such a really good weapon right now, and you're seeing it in play here with the double, but there's double Wavebreaker on the zone. Intercontinental squad trying to just keep pain. Just the Crab Tank is such a good special weapon, and Splash synergizes so well with it. In the
It is, but we saw a beautiful play from the Splatling there, picking up the Crab Tank from the side. Really nice positioning, moving back there to make sure they didn't get clipped too badly by the enemy Wavebreakers. And now again, Crab Tank, big Crab Tank face off. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this evening, if unless there's any very short notice meta developments. But Intercontinental is starting to get momentum again, and this is kind of what we saw in the first game of back and forth.
Seems they missed their shots there on the Crab Tank, trying to wait it out here.
Very sneaky. I love that.
Getting 2 picks. That's game. That's game.
I mean, that was, yeah. I mean, what's there to say about that? Really, such good kind of intuition to move behind the pillow there, keep calm, and then waited until that Crab Tank kind of extended in to apply pressure onto the zone to get a beautiful pick from behind. So, yeah, Crab Tank, very strong weapon. It's highly picked for a reason, but yeah, you can play around it, and I think that was a beautiful illustration of one way.
Yeah, no, really good from Intercontinental squad there, just being very aggressive, going on multiple flanks and just threading the Crab Tanks over and over again, making sure they could not pop them anytime at all. Really good for them. For where these teams are going, Intercontinental squad are going to be going up against Penguin in round 2, so that's going to be fun. And Alezia will be going up against Green Fleisch, that team in Loser round 1. I can't read.
I was going to say, there hasn't been that many Splasher-Matics yet, and Crab Tanks out. I mean, going against Penguin in round 2, that has got to be the equivalent of drawing the short straw, right? Penguin have been absolute savages in recent tournaments, if memory serves correctly. But yeah, really good play by Intercontinental squad. Wouldn't be disheartened if I was Alezia. They had some really good promising pushes and holds in both of those games, despite the 2-0 loss. So let's hope that they get a bit more opportunity to show their stuff in their losers run.
Yeah, but either way, winners round 2 is coming up frankly shortly, and we'll be calming a set of that round in just a little bit. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere, as you better stay tuned.
See you shortly, folks.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second winners round of Triton-Cup 46. I am once again NM, joined by Chili, as we have here Corrupted Light versus ASC Tenshi. ASC Tenshi, of course, a very prominent Div 1 team, even taking some games off of Penguin in the last Triton-Cup, to my knowledge, if I remember correctly. And Corrupted Light, I don't really recognize. I feel like I recognize the name. Maybe when I see the players, maybe I'll be like, oh, okay, it's them or something. I don't know. But we're getting in our first match here already, Chili. So I'm already 4 drinks in. Let's see how many more we got.
You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait before you take your next drink, but that's fine. It gives you time to digest and process the ones you've already had. But yeah, you were quite correct that ASC Tenshi did take a game off Penguin, just the one, but that's still a huge achievement given that Penguin otherwise completely blitzed Triton-Cup 45. So ASC Tenshi, forced to be reckoned with. Corrupted Light rings a bell to me too, but I don't know if that is just like psychological because you recognize it. So yeah, if you recognize the players, you can give us the lore when we get into game 1, eh?
Yeah, like we were literally just talking about this before. Like round 1 went really smoothly in like previous like tournaments we've had experience commentating of like just it not being the best. And look what happened. Look what happened. The first game after we talk about that. Commentator's curse.
Yeah, well, chat as well has just been talking about the horrors of disconnects in Splatoon, and I think, yeah, Techo has been commenting on that, and we've just had a beautiful illustration. Techo, I don't know if you were around for the Splatoon 1 era, but early tournament days, this was almost expected. I think we actually used to have a disconnect kind of threshold where you were allowed to disconnect up to a certain amount of times. At the expense of games, just because that was the standard. But that is Nintendo and netcodes for you across the board.
Yeah,
many Nintendo games where that stands.
I can't even do my funny quirk where I can technically predict their comps like I did one time because we didn't even get to see that. I did that one time. I tried to gaslight the entire audience into thinking that a whole round didn't even happen, and I tried predicting their comps, even though I knew what their comp was.
You realize we're all looking at the same match, right? And the chat will see the same thing. So, I mean, the power of persuasion in you must be incredibly strong to gaslight people into.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very good, but somehow I am not able to pull any woman.
Well, look, guys, this is my first commentary. I don't know, and I am learning a lot, and it has only been 34 minutes. So, yeah, this is a treat for me this evening. This is a great way to start a Friday.
Yes, it is. Of course, I do know some of the stuff that okay, we're getting into our match. I was about to say some prediction stuff about ASC Tenshi, but we are getting into the match here. Let's see the comps. On the side of ASC Tenshi, we do only have one splash. We have a C Junior coming out. Simp Deluxe. I like that name, but again, 2 more drinks down the hatch. I am really surprised. I keep thinking I'm gonna have to have like 4 drinks every time because I'm predicting always 2 splashes. But these teams are being nice to me.
We've got a responsible community. They're probably just thinking about your kidneys and making sure that we both make it through the stream in one piece. But yeah, really interesting opening here, and the ACS Tenshi haven't had the advantage going in. It's really the 27th seeds that are bringing this stuff.
Already seeing ASC Tenshi opening up really well as the Explorer has to back up a little bit. Sees the Stamper on that drop, trying to pick him off. Gets the pick on Seb, trying to push up here. Explorer is really good on Splat Zones. Like, it's a good weapon overall, but Splat Zones is where it truly shines. The combos, Storm, it just goes really well. But of course, they've got it set up here. They have their Ink Storm at the ready and are going to use it a little from back. Well, probably would have put it right in front of that line in the zone, maybe. But hey, these two are their own. But as we see here, it didn't really do much as the machine is just able to pick off the Expo here. Albo getting that pick and just trying to be aggressive. 2 down on the side of Corrupted Light here as the Booyah Bomb is going to be going onto the plat. Oh, nope. The stage terrain, I've had that happen before, man. Stage terrain sometimes just does not want you to play the game. You think you're going to get past it, but you don't. As we see though, 3
Stage
down
Terrain
now.
with the clutch assist coming in. I mean, it looked like a balanced skirmish at the start with Corrupted managing to secure the zone, but I think we see why ASC Tenshi do so well in these tournaments there. Once they had control, they were unrelenting, and I agree, the Explosh is a fantastic weapon. It paints incredibly well. Point sensors are amazing for supporting the team and scouting out where people are. But you could just feel the pressure they were under, even sitting on their plat with the sloshing machine underneath. And it looks like one of their shooters applying pressure from the other side. So a really aggressive opening and showing from ASC Tenshi, showing why they're seeded so highly.
Yeah, using their comp, of course, Reichs, I don't know how to pronounce it, but they're a really good support player. I like watching their Looney sets. Like looking at week 1, I was like, okay, this is some good material for me to learn from. I love watching ASC Tenshi stuff, especially that player, because I know they're really good at support. But we're going to be going on to the second map here, the dumpster truck map, as I like to call it. That's what I call it. The dumpster
What should
truck
be
map.
the official name, but sadly is not the. I mean, NM, as you know, as a player that plays support and you know, knows your stuff in that regard, what would you say Corrupted need to do in order to turn that around? Because they kind of got suffocated, didn't they, once they lost it? Could you see any way they could have brought that first game back?
They definitely got walled out. I did notice, I'm pretty sure in their comp, they had a junior and an explo, which could work for painting, but they just didn't have enough pressure onto the zone to be able to, you know, balance that out. Meanwhile, we have ASC Tenshi in there, just like with their machine, with their stamper just going in and trying to get picks left and right. They might need some more aggression and more paint on that zone. Maybe the explo could have applied some more pressure, just staying up top. Really good, but there was not a teammate watching for while we saw there machine just picking them off with the arc that the machine has. Nobody was really watching for that machine, and nobody really went for that machine after. They were able to pop a Booyah Bomb and pretty much be uncontested because nobody was really fighting that machine. Maybe if they can push up a bit more, they might be able to secure something here. But we're gonna see on the dumpster truck map. I should probably explain why I call it the dumpster truck map. I've explained it in past Triton-Cups, but the thing is that there's so much junk on the zone. It's like a dumpster truck got floated above the zone and just started spewing a bunch of stuff onto the zone. And whenever I'm painting the zone, it's less okay, let me just paint the zone, and okay, now let me push up. It's okay, this nook, now this cranny, over here, now over here. Because it's you gotta go in 5 different areas to paint this zone, even if you have really good paint, because of just how this zone likes to be.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the harder ones to cap. I mean, I kind of love all the terrain around the mid because I think it allows for some really nice movement and gives you options to outplay where you otherwise wouldn't. In terms of compositions, have we seen much change there from game 1? Cool. We have a custom junior on either side, do we? We do have a splash either side of mains as well. And we're seeing E-liter on Corrupted Ink, so we'll see how much that comes into play. E-liter's pretty strong on this map. But again, if ASC tends to keep the offense up that we've seen in the last game, they will get overwhelmed and quick. But that was a beautiful snipe.
Yeah, no, taking out that crab tank immediately is going to do wonders, but we see Seb coming in with the Zipcaster, with that Stamper, trying to pick off this leader, but this leader is running for their life as the Stamper gets picked off.
Wow.
Hello getting sniped by this leader. This leader absolutely popped it off as we see a wave breaker coming out from them, trying to set up on their bridge. Stamper sees him though, but there's going to be a crab tank coming out as we are seeing some torpedoes flying from that C Junior with wave breakers, but they're going to be picked down too. Not looking really good for ASC Tenshi as Corrupted Light is just trying to push back up in there. Awo trying to get another crab tank, just trying to paint for it, getting it. Got to make sure this leader is backed up, making sure that they can't really do much here, making sure also that they don't get sniped. But we see the Junior on that left side trying to play for life, but gets picked off themselves. 3 down, and it's just the leader. The leader is probably not going to want to fight anything. They're really weak. Opponents are pushing up. They do not want to do anything here, and the torpedoes are not going to do them any favors.
No, I mean, massive respect to this E-liter because everything we've seen has been nerves of steel, total concentration style breathing, managing to get picked in very challenging situations. At 1.2, we're down on ASC Tenshi's side, and that was beautiful. And I was expecting Corrupted Ink to move up a little bit more once they got control of the zone. ASC Tenshi playing pressure with the Crab Tank in defense has allowed them to not only kind of shrug off that penalty, but they are just so deep in Corrupted Ink's side now. 3 down though, so this is Corrupted Ink's chance to get on the board, and we need to see them move up a bit more than they did with the previous opportunity. This is their chance to really apply some pressure now.
Yeah, they have a pretty aggressive comp. They can use the shot and the splash in order to play it more aggressive, so we might be able to see that here as they have the zone. And of course, V Jr. with the big bubbler allowing them to have a really good spot as the machine actually gets picked off by just a random slap on by the Junior. That's just Junior gameplay. Owl, another owl.
Wow.
Wait, there's 2 of them? Wait.
I can't believe this kind of shift in momentum. We saw 3 go down at one point on Tenshi's side there. Corrupted Ink going in really deep, a bit deeper than I really expected. And this is a very different team to game 1. This is a scary team. ASC Tenshi having to pull out the Crab Tank, pull out all the stops here to get picked and get on the board. But it's 3 aside, and if they can hold us over another second, they have taken the lead. They've taken the lead. So if they can just hold out for another 2 minutes, then they'll be on the board.
Yeah, no, but ASC Tenshi is just trying to get back in there, getting a pick on that leader, and now they're taking control of that bridge for Corrupted Light. So ASC Tenshi is really pushing in there, and Corrupted Light is just trying to find an answer. As we see one of the Owos, I'm pretty sure there's 2 of them, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm starting to see things. But as we see Crab Tank being aggressive, E-Leader going down, another going down. This is really good Crab Tank coming out here using the lob shots at 2-1. Boom. There's the lead going back to ASC Tenshi, getting another pick. 4-3-2-1 GG's. ASC Tenshi is going to take that second game and is going to take that set.
I mean, that is how you respond when you've lost a bit of momentum, isn't it? I mean, Corrupted Light should be really, really proud of how they adapted there. I think, you know, there's a lot they can take from just reviewing that match alone that will hopefully really help inform and improve their gameplay and support them in their losers run. But I think we just saw from Tenshi there not getting tilted off the back of you know, that aggressive play from Corrupted, and then when Tenshi got back in mid and got back control, they're just unrelenting. They just make it so hard to break them from there. So yeah, Tenshi showing why they are respected and ranked so highly in this tournament. But I think Corrupted have so much to be proud of, and I wouldn't be too disheartened about that.
Yeah. Before we go on a short break to Winners Round 3, I would like to say where both of these teams are going after this round. ASC Tenshi is moving on to Winners Round 3, going to be going up against Cellular Respiration, which, as I learned earlier, is actually half of Smoothie alongside Red Spy and Silver Nest. So that's basically Div 1 versus Div 1, so that could be a really good match. And in Losers Round 2, that's where Corrupted Light is going, and they're going to be going up against... Oh,
you are getting the cruelest kind of team names to have to pronounce live. I'm so sorry. I don't know where to start with helping you. Give it a go.
It's cut off. I can't even finish it.
Right, I'm gonna copy and paste it for the chat because that is unpronounceable.
I don't even know.
That is not a real word. That can't be.
I need to tag in Google Translate, bro. I don't.
Oh no.
Also, chat Balloon says hi. He just DM'd me, one of the members of Cellular Respiration. He says hi. But either way, we're gonna be going on a short break before Winners Round 3, so make sure you guys stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third winners round of Triton-Cup 46. I am NM once again, joined by Chili Boy. And before we start talking about these teams, Chili Boy did promise I would tell you guys what that long German team name actually means. And it means, and I quote, Beef Labeling Supervision Task Transfer Act. That's what it means. That's their team name. Beef Labeling Supervision Task Transfer Act. That's their name. That's their name.
I don't know if I'm more or less confused after that reveal. I just,
like, how do you get that? How do you get that?
I like to believe the whole team sat down together, like round a boardroom, you know, and like consulted on it for about 45 minutes before settling on that as the optimal name. It's incredible. But interestingly, with the game we're about to go into on a very different tangent, OPIUM have just come off a 2-0 win against Cacahuètes, who is seeded number 8. So even though OPIUM are 25th seeds and they're against Metaslave, who are seeded 9th, that suggests OPIUM are bringing the heat right now.
Yeah, I know Cacahuètes is a Div 2 team. So that's a pretty good win if chat's right, and then like a Div 5 team. That's a really good result. And they're the meta slaves, so I think my drinking gonna get on. My drinking. Yeah, there's my god! Oh, no.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I will probably be doing solo commentary while NM is incapacitated for the remainder of the set, but we roll out onto Mahi Mahi, very chaotic, very fun, depending on your definition of fun, Splat Zones map. Metaslave are going to get the opening with 2 down on OPIUM's part, very aggressive start. We'll see if they can push deep in on this or whether they're just going to kind of keep a safe hold on mid.
Okay, one of the crab tanks is coming out here, really backed up for some reason. Oh no! Please don't let me do this again, please.
In your drinking rules, NM, on rematches, do they count? Do weapon reveals count? So is that another 4 shots when we replay?
No,
game 1?
No, I don't want to.
That was that's a big shame about that disconnect, because Metaslave looked like they had a really strong opening there, and I was really interested in how OPIUM were gonna try and respond based on how well they've done against Cacahuètes. I can't pronounce that as well as you, I'm sorry, because we saw the crab tank come out to start, I guess, to work on a push back in, but alas, they will have a chance to adapt from the get-go, because we're going to have to replay from game 1. At least the disconnect happened early, frankly.
Yeah, I did notice it was a little weird that, like, when I was done with my drinking, that the crab tank, like the splash was just walking all the way back to spawn, and they just used their crab tank at spawn. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I thought I was seeing something.
Yeah, I mean, and it was, unless it was like some kind of like fake out of sorts, but I didn't really see anybody around to take advantage of that. Maybe they were thinking about what they were going to do. Maybe their teammate was communicating that they were having a lag spike and about to DC. I don't know, but yeah, that was very, very far back to launch the crab tank. But maybe they were getting pressured and we just couldn't see it from the angle we were looking at. You know, I don't doubt OPIUM's decision making based on how well they're doing so far this tournament. So we'll just have to get a retake and get a sense of them from there. Are you okay, NM?
I'm okay. I'm not doing re-drinks. We don't do that's one of the rules. No re-drinks, especially from what I saw there. I'm not re-drinking to that.
That is probably a wise decision for your health. We're not sponsored by any alcohol company, by the way, just to make that clear. This is NM's life choices that you're seeing live. Okay, Flings just splashed Tetris. So I still really like the comp on
Oh. It's OPIUM that's using that comp? It's OPIUM? I thought that was Metaslave. That's OPIUM?
Yeah. That's the plot twist. OPIUM are more Metaslave than Metaslave. But OPIUM are going to take the zone here to a good opening start, but 2 down straight away, so Metaslave are going to have the chance to push in and have a stronger advantage here.
No, I'm surprised. Metaslave is running, like, they're running Hydra, they're running Tetras, which you don't really see in, I mean, Tetras are really good, but, like, Hydra is the weird pick. You don't really see that in a lot of options, but with Opium, it's just the triple splash machine. So there's going to be a lot of crabs, and especially on a small map like Mahi, it's going to be terrible. But we see one of the splashes trying to go for a flank, but it's not going to be enough, as Jet is just in the corner, but going to be able to keep alive here, as the Flingza is almost at 10 missile o'clock, but they have to find a good position for them to do this. So many of their members backed up, but so many specials coming out right now, Booyah Bombs, 10 missiles, crab tanks, you name it. If it's on the special list, it is being popped right now. But as we see here, Opium is keeping a good job of controlling that zone because they have triple crab tank. And of course, just being able to apply pressure. But that's going to be 2 down. Tetra's going in, taking down Jet. It is just that machine. It is time for Metaslave to paint that zone and push up on Opium here.
Yeah, they've got a really good opportunity with their comp, I think, to really apply the pressure. The Hydra outranges anything Opium have. It's interesting because I think in that kind of middle skirmish before, Opium were backing each other up really well. I saw quite a lot of teamwork coming out, and they did manage to dodge all the missiles without a hit. So yeah, really good gameplay from Opium. They have managed to put a penalty on, but Metaslave regaining control with the numbers advantage again. We just need to see if they can move up and take advantage of that, and it looks like they're really struggling to actually progress further than mid right now.
Yeah, no, Opium really taking a really good mid control against Metaslave, just trying to make sure that they keep control. They have triple splash, so it's like, okay, this splash is our Slayer, this splash is our support, and this splash can be either or. When you have triple splash, it's less like triple splash, more triple splash, but can do different stuff. Some splashes be more aggressive, some splashes be more pain, but all of them want this splash gone.
That was beautiful movement, I've got to say. Like, they hung in there. I would have probably jumped out when after like the 4th time having to move around everybody, but really lovely movement. But yeah, Opium have control here. They have slight numbers advantage right now, and they've shown that they've made it really, really hard for Metaslave to be able to progress past the midpoint. And with this just crab annihilation on top of the Booyah Bomb, really, really oppressive firepower right now. It'll be really interesting to see if Metaslave can react at all. We're seeing the crab off, we're seeing the Booyah Bombs come out, but Opium painted over all of that really, really quickly. So unfortunately, not seeing much impact of those specials. That being said, all the splashes down, triple combo, and this is the best opportunity Metaslave will have to really apply the pressure now.
Triple down, but their splash is also down as the members of Opium are trying to push up here. But the Flingza just on that drop, getting a pick on that splash. That's something you like to do with just the roller class in general, just staying down there and just seeing what things you can get from drops. But double crab tank is going to be able to push out the members of Metaslave really easily, but not enough for Opium to cap the zone. The zone's still going to Metaslave here as the Tetras are still alive, trying to see if they can push in. Triple splash, not going to do any favors, trying to use that reach slider, not enough. Something I did notice when playing Dapples when I was just testing out the weapon is you can use that reach slider to just spread crab tank. But Metaslave is actually going to get the lead here, and 2-1 end game. They actually won against Triple Splash Machine there, which shows how good Metaslave actually is with their comp. That's really good for them. And
what
also,
I really liked... Oh, sorry. Go first.
Yeah. Also, Toad1909, thank you for the raid with a party of 4. Hope you enjoy these sets. But yeah, it's just really surprising seeing a Triple Splash Machine comp like that go down.
I mean, I think that you know the catch of that comp is everyone's got experience playing against a splash, playing against crab tanks, playing against machines. So in that sense, the matchup, if you understand it well, you know, to an extent, you can take advantage of. I mean, what I really loved there is the Flings had got missiles ready in mid, was being aggressed by 2 splashes. Rather than make a risky play, they you know retreated while applying a little bit of pressure, managed to get back, and then as Opium brought up all the crab tanks, that's when they used the missiles, and it really put a dampener on those crab tanks being able to have free reign and just flood the zone, and that allowed them to keep the zone, get the picks again, and end that match. So I thought that was a beautiful use of the missiles and really good teamwork to allow them to hold against Opium there. We're going to Hagglefish for game 2. I absolutely love Hagglefish. Flank central, quite chaotic. Do you think we'll see any changes in composition?
From Opium, I don't think so. I don't think so. They're running Triple Splash Machine. I don't see I don't see why they'd switch off from that comp other than just to torture me. But other than that, that's a really good comp they have. That is one of the most meta comps you can have. So I don't see why they would switch off from that. For Meta Slave, I could see maybe the Hydra being switched off for something else. The other options do have their clear roles, but the Hydra, you know, I mean Hydra's good, but you know, there's other options that do push what the Hydra wants to do better and the role better. So we might see a switch from that. Nope, same comp coming out from Metaslave and the same comp coming out from OPIUM.
Fortunately or unfortunately, but for you, but yeah, same comps. I mean, does make sense. Both teams did have good showings throughout that game. Both comps are comp and are strong and have a level of flexibility to them. Really beautiful opening from the Tetris here. Actually gorgeous double pick. Nearly got a triple there. That is 3 down, and the last player jumping out on OPIUM. So Metaslave, a really domineering opening here. Full control of the zone and essentially a wipe, so an opportunity to push in. We've seen the crab tank come out from OPIUM's part on the 10. That does make sense, the place to set up and trying to apply some pressure. But again, struggling to get picked. The Tetris have finally gone down after that domineering opening. But the map is very yellow right now, and it'll be interesting to see what OPIUM can do here.
Yeah, no, seeing so many crab tanks about to expire on the side of OPIUM, while so many members of Metaslave are just on that right side trying to see if they can pick off any members. But the Tetris do go down, flings this down too, and it's just this splash trying to defend the left, and they're going for it. They're trying to see if they can defend it using lob shots on that zone, trying to defend the zone here because it's almost lead time for OPIUM. Gets the zone back once again, is going to take that lead as the Hydra is leading within the Booyah Bomb, trying to see if they can just push in. But a Booyah Bomb coming out from that machine isn't going to do them any favors. Crab tanks, Booyah Bombs, we love those specials, guys. And of course, Flingza is not going to be able to use the best Splatoon 2 special.
The best to get in quotations. In terms of maybe people's sentiments towards it. But yeah, I really like the lob shots from the crab tank, but I think just it was a numbers game. OPIUM were really able to hold the map, and they've held it, well, commentator's curse says otherwise, but I thought that was a really good showing by OPIUM up to that point. Constant pressure, not getting phased. They are 2 down now, but they are retreating, which is good. You want to regroup as a quad before going back in there. Crab tanks are at the ready, a Booyah Bomb's at the ready as well, so we'll see if they can break Meta's pressure here. 21's a pretty solid score to be at for this point in the game. They've got 35 seconds to figure it out. Beautiful pick there on the splash on Metaslave's part, but avenged beautifully as well by the Tetris, who has been causing havoc all game so far.
Yeah, OPIUM trying to push back in here. So much paint on their side. Metaslave has to come back and try to do something here. But OPIUM is going to be able to very easily take this zone. As we see one of the splashes alongside 2 other members. They have their crab tank at the ready. It is time for them to push up, getting C-Lab down. 2 down on the side, but we see one of them going for a flank, one of the splashes, but they're deciding, you know, it's not worth it. We're going to go back a little bit, but as you're seeing, the splash is just trying to do everything in their power to paint this zone. They have a lot of penalty to get through. They're at 37, so not much from that point to get to 20. But they do have that penalty they can get through. And against triple splash machine, that's going to be fun.
Yeah, this feels like this is going to be a war of attrition and a war of adaptation. How much can you mix things up? How predictable do you become? 2 down on either side here, so we're seeing a very balanced set of exchanges. But the Tetras, again, getting the picks, forcing the remaining player back. Very, very well done, though, on Fly Zero's part to stay alive there. We're seeing a very neutral zone. No penalty has been applied. So if Metaslave do cap here, they're going to be ticking their timer down. But OPIUM do get the penalty just before losing the zone again. So this is a constant back and forth, but we are seeing from OPIUM here how they managed to upset the number 8 seeds. Really good resilience in a very chaotic game.
Yeah, no, Crab Tank almost ready on one of the splashes here, but as we see, I'm pretty sure there's somebody trying to fight, but the Tetra's going to go down. The Booyah Bomb's going to come out. They're still 3 alive on Metaslave, but they see one of the jumps. That jump is shut down. But no, it's the Tetras, and they're able just to dodge roll and get the pick. 2 down on either side. This is a chance that Metaslave needs in order to take lead here. Just trying to paint. All they need to do is paint, and they get lead. Oh!
That second kill, I mean, oh my god, they are going to, and that's the player there who's using the crab tank to, yeah, to camp the jump must be a bit frustrated with themselves. I'm really not sure how that interaction works. It's the first time I've seen it, but because of that, there is no penalty on the zone. 2 down on OPIUM's part, and Metaslave are going to run away with it, but that was a thoroughly entertaining, back and forth, and in a different set of circumstances, OPIUM could have had that there. But yes, unrelenting on both sides, constant responses. The Tetra's offensive gameplay at the start was just suffocating, and then we saw them do what they do best, constantly jumping back in, zipping around, applying pressure that was making it really hard for OPIUM to get recaps. But yeah, stellar showing there from both teams.
I know. Really good coming out from both teams. Great comps, great aggression, great painting. They had a really solid match going back and forth, but in the end, it was Metaslave that was going to be winning that match. Metaslave is going to be moving on to winners round 4, going to be going up against Penguin. So that's going to be a really interesting match for them. And good job, OPIUM. You did your best, but you're going to be going down to the losers bracket right now. Losers round 3, as they're going to be waiting between Asylum Team and Targaryen to finish their match to see who they're going up against. But with that being said, that's going to be the end of winners round 3. So again, make sure to stay tuned as winners round 4 is right around the corner.
See you soon, folks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to winners round 4 of Triton-Cup 46. I am NM once again, of course, joined by Chili as we're going into this match here. Grupo Marrano versus Yessir for winners round 4. How do you think this is going to play out between these two teams? Like, based on, like, you know, maps, players, and such. Oh wait, I'm noticing like the team. I'm noticing some of the players on Grupo Marrano. We got Pelu, we got Kara from Vivid, we got Lewis from Armageddon. We got some really good Div 2 players here.
And Grupo Marrano have just come off in the number 7 seeds, Mango Heckmech. So I think, yeah, showing that they're performing way better than a 23rd seed. I mean, the catches are against Yessir, who have a really consistent showing in a recent tournament. Have players like Tyflo, who have been, you know, really impressive frontliners since the early Splat 1 days, really. So this is going to be a intense, high-level match either way. I'm hoping to see some back and forth though, NM. I think, you know, interesting that you recognise a lot of players on Grupo Marrano, featuring Gringo as well. We can't forget that bit. So hello Gringo, and I'm assuming they're not a core Grupo Marrano player normally, but that hasn't seemed to affect their performance today. So yeah, I think we could see a really intensive back and forth. If I had to bet, I would say Yessir are gonna clutch it out, but I'm hoping it's not going to be a completely domineering match.
Yeah. We're seeing the comps coming out here. On the side of Grupo Marrano, we have the Splash, T-Tech, C Junior, and the E-Leader. So we got the backline option. Alongside that, we got some weapons that can play aggressive, but also play supportive if they want to. And on the side of Yessir, Meta.
Yeah, meta indeed. 2 splashes, 2 slashing machines, but you know what? It works. They use this comp a lot, and they're getting results with it, so why switch it up, to be fair. Yessir are getting a first cap of the zone. They tend to have a very strong going on Flounder in particular. But Grupo Marrano, you know, we're only 40 seconds in. It looks like they're putting on pressure there. They're trying to group up together with the in-strikes. Not sure where that third one is going. But yeah, it's looking a little messy at the moment. They have managed to get a pick, get the numbers advantage. Wavebreaker and Crab Tank in combination. This will be their opportunity to get a cap. If they're going to recover here.
Call me the big swig roller because I just swigged three more shots because of their comps. But either way, we are seeing Pelu in the corner with Tyflo. Both of them going to get taken out here as Lewis is trying to back up and stay alive. They're trying to paint the zones here, but Nico with that grab tank getting picked off by the leader, however, before he can anything they can do. As both the machines are on that left side trying to see if they can do anything. Lead's going to go still in favor of Yessir, of course, taking that zone back once again. But as we see, this Splash is trying to push up here. Pelu trying to do something. They're seeing so many players of Yessir just on that right side. They have to push it. We're just going to have to wait and see as the Booyah Bomb is going on to Grupo Marrano's zone. Going to be able to paint it a little bit, but not enough to take it. As one of the splashes is in their left area, Kara taking them down. 2 down on the side of Yessir. 3 down. This
beautiful teaming. Beautiful teaming up there to apply that pressure when the opportunity was there. I loved Grupo Marrano's splashes idea earlier on where they had gone in with the burst bomb and nearly got a double, but what Yessir have done, I've noticed, is they're very sneaky and they are managing to retreat from engagements that aren't in their favour, so it's been very, very hard for Grupo to win the numbers game against them. That being said, they did manage it. They got 3 down at once. They've taken advantage of it, but it's really hard to hold both zones on Flounder, and Yessir responding very quickly, very strongly, getting the numbers advantage and getting the recap. So Grupo Marrano gonna have to figure out what allowed them to get back in there and see if they can repeat it.
Yeah, see if they'll be able to repeat it. Grupo Marrano just trying to get in. Wavebreaker is popped on their snipe. Might be able to displace a little bit if anybody's trying to push up on them. Both the leader in the crab near that anchor rail trying to push back Tyflo. Gonna get the pick. But Yessir is out of their penalty and is down to the 40s. Now the 30s just shredding that point system. Just trying to get in. C Junior trying to fight against the Splash but gonna get picked off. But one of their teammates is trying to get Rises down right now. But it's 2 down on the side of Yessir, but they just can't find a way in. Grupo Marrano is just not finding a way in, and now it is single digits for Yessir. Not looking good for Grupo Marrano, but paint is going on to Yessir's zone. 3 Oh, can they get it? Can they get it back? Lewis is just in the corner trying to take control. They're just holding an iron fist and gonna be able to give a penalty on the side of Yessir, giving them a 60 penalty and taking down Nico. Can they take down a machine? No, they didn't know where the machine was. And Funz is gonna be able to live another day. But we're seeing a crab tank coming out from Pelu. This might be able to turn the tides of the battle. We're seeing somebody jumping in on that right side, trying to see if they can get anything done. As Lewis is trying to push up here, there is a splash on that top right, two of them on that right area. Lewis is trying to stay alive, trying to throw as many torpedoes as possible as Karas is trying to push up on that left side, trying to help him out. Pelu going on the offensive, trying to go for a sneak attack here, but the machine is going to be able to shut them down. Crab Tank coming out, so much coming out here, down to the last minute, trying to get for that penalty. 2 down on either side. But as we see here, one of the splashes is able to paint the zone on their side and using the burst bombs to paint the other zone. I just talked like an auction person, oh my god.
You got a very good lung capacity, I'm impressed. I mean, it's an intensive match. I mean, things are just constantly happening at that pace. I don't think it's a coincidence that every time you finish a sentence, something else has happened. I mean, really impressed with Nico's play this game because they did such a good job of causing havoc for Grupo Marrano, making it really hard for them to get the initial reclaim. They did get a beautiful penalty on Yessir, and they now have advantage. They've got the zone, they've got the map control, they've got a couple of specials ready. So this is the strongest position I would say Grupo Marrano have been in since the match began. 10 seconds left. Yessir will be pulling out all the stops just to force the end to this timer, but Grupo Marrano showing why they're a strong Division 2 team, really putting on the pressure, but it's so hard to hold both zones reliably. They did manage to get the zone cap again then, but everyone's dropping 2 down a side. Oh, no. Time's running out on the overtime meter. They need to get the reclaim and they need to get it now. Oh, beautiful snipe on Typhlo. Oh, but it's too late. But we saw real signs of life from Grupo there where they could have pulled it back. And that was a really beautiful back and forth, intense game 1. Yeah. Wow. Thoughts?
That was a really good game 1. Both teams coming in, getting picks, trying to take the zone. Such a back and forth, but in the end, it was Yessir going to be the team that's going to be able to come back on top and take the win on that first game. But of course, now we're in a best of 5 scenario. So there's going to be a little bit more cooking as we're moving on to the second map, Kelp Dome.
Hold on a minute, did I miss a patch? Kelp Dome, also known as Scorch Gorge, I do believe. A single zone to compete around this time, not quite as chaotic as Flounder with the dual zones. Best of 5, I think, is good to see a team's resilience and their ability to adapt. And I think we were already seeing, even in that game 1, Grupo Marrano's ability to do that. And yeah, Scorch Gorge, quite a different setup. It'd be interesting to see if we see any weapons changes, though I don't expect any changes on Yessir's part. And yeah, I think we're in for a real slug of a set here. I don't think this is going to be a complete run over based on that first game.
Yeah, no. They're going to hold their own, but of course with Scorch Gorge and how the zone is set up, recaps are going to be definitely challenging just because of the big block in the middle. The big tower on the middle is going to be a rightful pain in doing recaps because it's like you gotta play Ring Around a Rosie. You gotta play Ring Around a Rosie on Scorch Gorge. You gotta play Ring Around a Rosie. There's no other way around it.
Constant movement is indeed required. We are seeing a Flingser double splash Elia comp versus double splash, double machine. Respectable competitions on both sides. Yes, I think NM's spot on really that once you get the zone and you set yourselves up here, reclaims are more challenging. Probably will not be as back and forth as Thunder Heights in nature, but we're seeing a really aggressive opening from Grupo Marrano there. 2 down. This possibly 3 down here. Oh, no, just about missing out on the kill there, but the Flingers are coming out to displace the remaining Yessir members. Grupo Marrano getting the opening statement, and Crab Tanks and Elliot are set up on the pillar, so really going for it here.
No, they're going really well for it here. 1 down on either side here, as we're seeing 2 splashes and the Elite are left alive on Grupo Marrano, but one of the Crab Tanks is out on the side of Yessir, trying to see what they can do, but another Crab Tank is going to come out from Pelu, trying to go in there, but the zone is almost capped for Yessir, but Grupo Marrano has to do something here. Kara in the corner going to take 1 down, but then be put down along with them. as one of the machines is just trying to push up here. We do see a freezer roller on the comp group. Marrano, I'm pretty sure coming out from Lewis. That is Lewis's staple weapon. So they might be able to do something with it here. Helu gonna go down, but tender missiles are coming out from Lewis, trying to see what they can do, but Lewis has to back up. They're not in a good area, gonna be picked off by the machine, but not before Kara is able to come in with the support and take out that splash. But they gotta try to paint this zone, try to make sure that Yessir doesn't get any more points, but one of the crabs is out on that left side, as the other is trying to help and support them, as Lewis is just backed up, you know, they're really playing fling. They're packed up, they're having a good day, they're just paying for their funny missiles that everybody loves, and, you know, hard eye emojis. We love missiles, guys, we love missiles, we were happy it's back. But we're seeing one of the members, two members going down on either side. Kara's gonna go down, one of the machines is gonna go down, Rise is gonna go down, and it's finally back in control for the side of Grupo Marrano as they're trying to see if they can paint, trying to see if they can hold. There goes the penalty, bye-bye penalty, as they're just trying to paint for their specials and trying to defend.
I think a really smart decision as well to just focus on getting stronger control of mid rather than aggressing too far, because they didn't get more than, I think, 2 people down at any given time on Yessir's part, so Grupo Marrano could, you know, would have been overextending, I think, if they pushed too deep. 2 down on Yessir's part here, as Grupo Marrano have only lost their flingers, so there is a chance to extend this lead and extend the map control here, but again, Yessir showing their resilience. Typhlo, I believe, was the sloshing machine that was completely under Grupo Marrano's plat, and the pressure they were exerting when they had the zone was suffocating. So Grupo Marrano have done really well to recover here. Again, they have the numbers advantage. The timer is ticking. The booyah bombs are coming out, and in a desperate attempt to make sure that the timer does not continue to tick, and 3 have gone down. So this will be Yessir's chance to recover this match. Control of the zone. All of their players up. What was essentially a delayed wipe on Grupo Marrano's part, and they're all running into Grupo Marrano's plat now, so this is going to be difficult to recover from.
Yeah, no, this is going to be incredibly challenging to recover from, as Yessir is just trying to have the aggression. One of the splashes literally on their right side with that crab tank, trying to see what they can get done. But one of the crab tanks is trying to aggress on them. It's pretty much a trade. Pelu going to get a trade on them, as Nanashi is just trying to push up here with the leader. It is almost a retake for Yessir. Can they get it? Yes, they can. It's Scorch Gorge. They're going to get that retake, and it's going to be a trade between the Flash and the leader here, as 2 down on the side of Grupo Marrano. So much pain is going on the board for Yessir, as this Splash is just trying to live with the crab tank, using the ball mode in order to play for life here. 2 down on either side. Yessir has got to paint. Yessir has got to paint as much as possible to make sure that Grupo Marrano does not get anything done.
Yeah, and they're all kind of scattered here, so I think it's looking really challenging. I mean, this is the best chance they're gonna get, but they are numbers down. I don't know if it's gonna happen, and unfortunately, it's not. And it is. I was starting to feel that slipping away from Grupo Marrano when I saw all of the trades, because when the time is ticking down on the zone, you just can't afford trades. But yes, they're playing so aggressively. Once they got control, they did not waste any time getting into Grupo Marrano's side, and Grupo Marrano recovered, I think, the best you probably can in that situation, but it was unfortunately just too little too late. And yeah, another hectic game, another game that Grupo Marrano under different circumstances could have take, but yes, showing why they're the number 2 seeds this tournament. Yeah, absolutely suffocating offensive gameplay.
Yeah, no. We're going to be going on to the third match here, which might be able to give Yessir the win in order to move on to winner semifinals. And it's going to be on one of the new maps, being Brinewater Springs. One of the lesser of the new maps, because Brinewater is it's very small. It's small. It's a little baby map, little baby man.
Small with a CH. I love that.
Yeah, it's very small, you know. It's very small, but of course, crab tanks on that ramps are going to be able to be absolutely aggressive. Going to be able to reach the other ramp from their ramp, just with the crab tank. And I bet everybody is going to love that when they're playing it. but we're just gonna have to wait and see on what these comps are gonna be. I wouldn't imagine the double crab tank is gonna be going away from either team because of how Brian Water is. E-Leader's probably gonna say, I don't really see Grupo Marrano's comp changing that much. I don't see any of
No,
them.
I don't think the comp, the comp hasn't been the problem. I think they've shown how well they can play, and they've had opportunities to win both of these games. I think yes, they've just slightly clutched it out more under pressure. We are seeing double splash flings Elita again. Yeah, versus okay.
Zimmy!
Oh, hello, Zimmy debut. I've not seen one of these in a competitive commentated match yet, so amazing to see what they bring. A weaker version of Splat 1's Hellish Disruptor Bubbler Mini. But yeah, a really interesting kit, so we'll see how this goes. My typical experience seeing Brian Water Springs games is if the enemy team locks down the enemy ramp, it is pretty much over. Both these teams have shown to have great resilience. We'll see what they can do.
Yeah, Crab Tank is just going to be absolutely shredded by Yessir here. Fun staying alive. Only machine left on their team now. Zimmy is going to be rather interesting. I tried playing it, but in the end, I've dropped it. But I do see where their appeal comes from. I just like the feature here better. I'm going to be honest. But either way, we're seeing the Crab Tank going to expire on the side of Grupo Marrano as they're coming back in here, trying to get this splash. Getting Nico down, really good pick from them, getting the lead back. Bubbler is going, it's out right now, but it's almost gone. But this might be a chance for Yessir to push back up and using the Booyah Bomb to try to hold the zone in neutral. Typhlo trying to push up here, just trying to paint as much as they can. Going on Pelu, Pelu's going to go down, and it's going to be the zone in favor of Yessir as the Zimmy here is pushing up on this leader, trying to see what they can do. On that ramp, on that right side, just pushing up as much as possible, halfway towards the bubbler. So if they want to be aggressive as possible, actually no, not halfway, because they just got picked off by the respawn punishing E-Leader. So no more bubbles, no more bubbles.
And that is the downside to the Zimmy, is having to kind of expose yourself constantly to have the aggressive and offensive firepower. I mean, I feel like I need to comment on Nico's survivability again, because even though they did eventually get picked off, they were dodging around Elite pressure, around Crab Tank lob shots. They just survived for so long, and I think this is the problem. It's really hard to get a full wipe on Yessir and get the upper ground. They are managing to get picks now on Grupo Marrano's part, although they have just lost a splash. They've got the wave breaker set up in the zone as 2 are down. I would envision this would normally be an opportunity to get the cap. They have managed to do so as missiles come out, so this is their chance. They've forced Yessir back. Some players are tagged. Can they get the picks and move up now? But Yessir are just doing so good at backing each other up. I always see, they tend to be in pairs, or if not in pairs, they have eyesight of each other, and they're just ensuring that they don't have a numbers deficit for too long. This Crab Tank isn't managing to get much control of the zone. The zone's still looking very yellow. Grupo Marrano, their timer is going down, but they've lost a player, so we'll see how the momentum shifts.
Yeah, halfway through the match right now, as we are seeing Yessir still in the lead, but they have a lot of penalty to go through. Grupo Marrano does have more flexibility, as we're seeing 2 just on that right side, just they can't find a way back in. But we're seeing one of the Crab Tanks coming out, trying to secure them away into mid. Grupo Marrano has the zone right now, and they're just trying to do as much as possible in order to paint, in order to get picks, in order to get this zone here. As one of the splashes is just going through absolute hell here. They're back in it, but they were just so damaged. But we're seeing a Booyah Bomb come out from Yessir, trying to see what they can do. We're seeing one of the crabs come out from the side of Grupo Marrano, trying to see what they can pick. Funz is in the corner, trying to see if they can play for life a little bit longer, but those Tenon missiles are going to expose them. Even if the Tenon missiles did not go on him, Lewis probably saw him. As Pelu gets the pick on that machine. Three down! This could be the win. This could be the win.
Yeah, I really thought they were going to lose it there, but the combination, because the Booyah Bomb from Yessir has generally signaled the big offensive and the reclaim, but Grupo Marrano managed to hold on so well there, and then between the missiles, just the wave breaker coming out as well, just saying, get off my zone, and they've got 5 seconds to hold it. Can they do it? Yessir not going to make it easy. The Booyah Bomb's coming out, but it is too late. Grupo Marrano on the board, and we are seeing that fight that has shown itself in the last 2 games but been extinguished by Yessir's offensive gameplay. That is huge, because that might give them the spark they need to feel that they're still in this, because they very much are. They're still on life point in terms of their winners bracket set, but they have shown they can do it. They can put Yessir on the back foot and capitalize beautifully.
Yeah. Of course, now we're going to be moving on to the 4th match here. for some reason it shows Scorch Gorge, but it's actually going to be Sturgeon Shipyard we're going to be moving on to here. But as we saw there, Grupo Marrano was able to hold their own and saying, we're not going down that quick. They might be able to get a reverse sweep onto Yessir here, but we're just going to have to wait and see on what happens. But as we saw there, they had really good paint, really good aggression, being able to keep out the members of Yessir, keeping them down. If they can do that here in Surgeon, that might be really good. Of course, comps are most likely not going to change. I did say that last match, but then we saw the Zimmy come out. I'm not sure if they're going to want to keep that Zimmy because it didn't seem like the Zimmy did all that much for them.
I mean, it made us hyped. It made us hyped at the start of the match.
It made us hyped.
I also thought when you said Game 4, you were going to say it's actually over to Kelp Dome again, but no, it is indeed Sturgeon. Kelp Dome is not back yet. But yeah, we're seeing, yeah, you're correct. They have revised back to the sloshing machine. Double sloshing, double splash. You can understand why they've returned to that. It served them so well the first 2 games. Grupo Marrano staying with their comp that allowed them to get on the board last game. And Sturgeon, very back and forth map again. Often a lot of control for the spinny / snipey area. And we're seeing those missiles come out immediately, forcing Yessir off the snipe, but they have managed to all survive the assault and managed to get the first pick on the zone. So Yessir starting the match with momentum and 3 down on Grupo Marrano's part. So really trying to apply the pressure early here.
Yeah, no, trying to apply pressure early as Grupo Marrano is trying to find a way back in. Lewis, of course, has their flings. You know, they have their flings. They're just going to do the standard flings trademark gaming here. As they're trying to get those tendon missiles, got him at the ready, trying to pick off 2. Watch out, it's a fizzy mom. You don't want to get touched by the soda. As 2 are down by Grupo Marrano. A wipeout! A wipeout on Grupo Marrano. This is not good for them. They took that 3rd game. But yes, sir, it's just mowing the lawn with them. As it's down to the last 30 points, Grupo Marrano has got to find anything here because it is not looking good. It is almost down to the last 10 points, so they literally have to find a way into mid and paint. They can't be sitting back in their spawn. They have to go right now. Paint. No, not enough.
Oh my gosh, that would have been the reclaim, but I mean, wipeouts in 3 are so devastating because they just give the enemy team that complete confidence to get incredibly deep in, and you can see how well Yessir have taken advantage of that. I think Lewis the Flingers had a really good showing throughout this tournament so far. I just think the only mistake there was I thought those missiles came out a bit too early, and I got the sense the rest of the team were being pushed quite far back by Yessir, making it really, really hard for them to capitalize on the missiles. But I also understand that when they're under pressure there, you're going to want to do everything you can to try and scatter Yessir and stop them staying on the offensive. So, I mean, a really good showing by Grupo Marrano. I would not be disheartened about how that ended. But Yessir, I think, you know, being really woken up by that 3rd match went and going, oh my gosh, we can't hold anything back. Almost feels like they got a bit of a Zenkai boost that game. But yeah, I think lots to be proud of on both sides. Really good set. High level gameplay throughout.
Yeah. Going into the bracket, seeing where these teams are going, Yessir is going to be moving on to winners semifinals. It's going to be going up against ASC Tenshi as we saw before, so that's going to be a really good match for them. But, of course, Grupo Marrano still has a chance for this. They're going to be in losers round 5 now, waiting on a losers round 4 match between Booyah Gang and Beef Labeling Supervision Task Transfer Act. Them again.
You said that so fluently. Have you been practicing?
No, I have not been practicing. I just still have the translation up, so I've just been reading it.
I thought that was like all off memory.
No. But either way, that is going to be it for this round. So stay tuned as winner semifinals are just going to be just shortly.
See you very soon.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and we are here in the semifinals for Triton Cup 46. NM and Chile back again. Gonna be seeing the teams coming out here. Penguin, DivX team have been really dominant in Triton Cups, paddling pools, anything that's Dapple Productions. Penguin is coming in and they're taking the cake. But we're seeing the challengers come up here, ND. We're gonna see if they're gonna try to overthrow the kings that are Penguin. What do you think's gonna happen here, Chili?
Oh, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, Penguin are absolute savages. Their performance has always been so good. When they have won tournaments, they tend to have only dropped like one game in the finals usually. So history would suggest that Penguin will take it. But that being said, ND, I personally haven't heard much about them up to this point, but their showing today has been really, really solid. They've just come off a 3-1 against Carbon Man. They beat Booyah Gang, who was seeded 4th 2-0, so that is not trivial by any stretch. It's not like they've had an easy ride here. And yeah, I want to see the fight in them that's got them to this stage. So yeah, you know, Penguin, hot favourites going in, does not mean it's going to be a cakewalk for them.
Yeah, no, it is not going to be a cakewalk for ND. Penguin is just going to try to do everything in their power. Starting to see the comps coming out here. We do have some solid comp. Oh, is something wrong?
A DC, unfortunately, not sure what the context is for that. If that was someone's ended the battle, so I don't know if there's been an issue with picks there or anything like that. I was getting really hyped that we saw Splatana wiper. I want to see the damage that thing can do since the patch, but sadly, that game has not gone ahead in its current form.
Okay, the problem is that somebody set our broadcaster to be in the match.
Oh dear, yeah, Clutch gets the parents from
that would do it. That would do it.
Yeah, that would that would slightly throw off momentum and strategy if you just spontaneously get a different player going into the game. So we will be repeating that. That does mean that the Splatana wiper was an authentic pick though, and we'll be getting to see that in action, which is exciting.
In all my days, I have not seen that. I've not seen that.
I mean, it's working. They've got to winners semis. So
Great job, Nebula Inc. You got to winner semis. Put that in your wrist.
Clutch. We only pick the most OP broadcasters and streamers.
For real. I'm just laughing about that. It's hilarious. Also, looking at ND, I'm noticing some players actually. I'm noticing Kiwi, who, Ame Kiwi, which I'm pretty sure was a member of Last Resort though since they left. Also noticing Billy, really good player, and Lo. I recognize those three. Nova, I don't really recognize. I imagine they're good considering they're on a team with these three other really good players. So this might be a really solid match. I don't think it's going to be one-sided anyway, even if Penguin is as dominant as they are in these tournaments.
Good. I want to see Penguin sweat. I mean, I've got the utmost respect for them. They are, they're a bunch of brilliant players, but it is always exciting to see them push to their limits. Also, a big thank you to Hisuji, who's raided with a party of 3. Welcome, everybody. You're joining us for winners semis against Penguin, the #1 seed versus ND, who is seeded 13th but have had a really strong showing and have just taken out the #4 seeds as part of their journey to get here. So we are seeing Double Splash, Flingzer and Sloshy Machine on Penguin's side, and we're seeing Splash, Splatana Wiper, Junior, and is that Vanilla Roller on ND's side?
It's interesting seeing the Vanilla Splat Roller. It's not a pick that you likely see, but as I'm talking, Penguin gets a wipeout on ND. Seeing the comp from ND, of course, you got your supportive options, and you got your front line with the Wiper. And then with Penguin, we got standard comp number 725. And also now time for Dream.
We are seeing a little bit of a Splash-O-Matic fatigue / apathy in the chat, understandably. But I think, there's some really good mix of chat. I really like ND's comp. I think it's pretty unique. And there are 2 that have gone down on Penguin's side, so they've had a domineering start, but this could be ND's first opportunity to get a reclaim. The paint is in their favor. They have managed to get a penalty. That is beautiful stuff. But will they be able to hold? And it is looking unlikely from the flood of ink coming in on Penguin's side right now.
Yep, Philly trying to put in a curling bomb into the zone. They have one of their big bubblers out right now. The advantage of the junior roller combo is that the junior can use their bubble to be more supportive, while the splat roller can be way more aggressive with that thing. But as I'm saying that, 2 are down on the side of Penguin. This might be ND's chance in order to retake the zone. They get it back. Going to be taking down Noah. That's both of the splashes gone, as Henlo is just trying to push up here honestly as he can get. He's got his Ultra Stamp after ready. Wiper is just one of the best draw weapons right now, because as I was talking with Chili in one of our early between matches talks, was just like, it's really good as a QR weapon, because who's gonna cry their eyes out when the Ultra Stamp goes away? I don't think anybody.
That is true. That is true. I did like how they quickly whipped it out there and tried to put, an aggressive kind of offensive on the plat. Didn't manage to get the pick and were taken off, but they are close here to taking it. Penguin using that booyah bomb to ensure that penalty is applied. But we've seen a beautiful fight from ND so far. Really good recovery from both teams when they're on the back. And even though they're 2 down at the moment and Penguin are on the offensive, I've got confidence that ND are going to find a way out of this and make sure that they don't go out of a fight. And as I say, that 3 down on Penguin's part, only the crab remaining. ND recovering so quickly there. A lot of offense in this comp, which does make sense when you consider kind of the range they're using and working with, but Penguin's struggling with it right now. And yeah, ND, I can see why you've made it this far.
Yeah, no, it's 100% cool to see why ND has made it this far. They're so close to taking the lead from Penguin. But, the splashes are both down. The lead is going to be taken. Kiwi getting that pick with the splash. This is really good for them. They're just trying to hold it off, but there is a Booyah Bomb and 10 missiles on the side of Penguin at the ready. Ultimate displacement is about to come out here. Booyah Bomb trying to paint over the zone, and the 10 missiles are keeping them out. The Wiper is down. Hembo is down. One of the splashes are going to come out with the Crab Tank. The other splash is just on that right side. 2-1, but ND is still able to keep the zone and take the win against Penguin.
I can't believe what we've just seen there, because Penguin on paper did everything right. They waited for the regroup. As you say, they had the Tenta missiles ready, they had the Booyah Bomb ready, they used that in sync. Perfectly timed, Booyah Bomb on the zone with the missiles to follow. Everything on paper that should have really forced ND back there and at least allowed Penguin to apply a penalty, but instead we saw what looked to be a trade of sorts, one down on either side. And ND somehow maintaining map control in that situation is incredible. A lot of teams would have folded to that pressure, but yeah, I mean, I'm speechless. I haven't seen a comp like that in a while. You know, only one splash, I believe, on ND's side. And other than that, you know, some picks that we haven't seen as much of tonight. And beautiful, beautiful play. Beautiful ability to stay calm under pressure. I mean, Penguin, you know, not being bowled over by any means, but they're going to have to think and regroup off the back of that first game.
Yeah, no, I was really surprised at the start of that match to see the Splat Roller of all things come in. But as you saw there, the Splat Roller was able to beat Penguin. So that Splat Roller, Villy is cracked with that Splat Roller. So if they can continue that momentum, this could be really good. I was just really surprised. I don't know, Splat Roller just needs a lot of pain for it, but I guess with the junior, that really helps. The double bubble supportive aggressive combo, you know. But as we are talking about that, like, yeah, we're only waiting for one more player to ready up here, and then once that happens, we'll be able to get into this next match and see what goes on
Mako Mart, and I love that. I think it's a really balanced map. I think it's a really fun map. I think there's lots of stuff you have to watch on the flanks, but yeah, incredible opening. This, I believe, will be our last casting of tonight, and what a treat we're in for if first game is anything to go by. It does look like we're seeing relatively similar, if not identical, compositions to game one. Is that right?
Yep, the only switch being Henlo decided to switch out that Wiper for a machine.
Oh, I want to see more Wiper, but I think it's understandable on this map, to be fair.
Okay, I finished my drinky. Yeah,
I'm still doing Oh, go on, sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm still doing that, but we are seeing Penguin to be able to take the first check onto the zone, trying to get the lead back from ND here, as Villy's just trying to back up a little bit, trying to see what they can do. They almost have their big bubbler at the ready. Actually, quad specials are ready on the side of ND. Booyah Bomb coming out, Crab Tank coming out. We just need the double bubble combo here. One of the bubbles coming out on the side from Nova, the other one from Villy. Double bubble on the zone. Gonna be really good for them, and there goes the penalty. Penalty's gone. One of the flashes gone. Henlo trying to keep alive, watching out for that Booyah Bomb, as two are down once again from Penguin. Penguin gonna go back on the board, going for ND. But 10 missiles are coming out, but not before ND is gonna be able to take the lead from Penguin. But
the synergy of these specials has been such a treat. I just the bubbler placement was beautiful, and making the Crab Tanks far less oppressive, and then similarly Penguin's response to reclaim there, again, just really lovely specials work. We're seeing an elevation in gameplay here compared to some of our previous matches, and just how in sync both of these teams are in terms of supporting each other, backing each other up, knowing when to back off, knowing when to apply the pressure. And it's getting like a big skirmish in mids now, but ND starting to lose a little bit of momentum. Penguin, timer ticking down, got the numbers advantage, forcing ND on the back foot. It'll be interesting to see if they can adapt.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really interesting to see what they can do here, as Penguin is getting so many points on the board. ND has got to try to do something here. Junior coming out, trying to see if they can paint, just trying to keep one of the machines back, but I'm pretty sure one of the splashes is in the bubble. They're in the bubble, run from the bubble. It's on the right side, just trying to see if they can get any picks. Junior's able to get the picks. Can they get the zone though? Can they get the zone? They're so close, but it's just the roller left alive, able to get a pick. This roller has just got to at least keep it in neutral for so long, but running away from their... I just would have stayed there. I always say, screw the Thunder Missiles, bro. I got my bubble, bro. I got my bubble.
They're doing it, they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it! Oh my god, the roller's heartbeat must have been through the roof. I was getting nervous watching that. And they were just absolutely scrapping within that bubble to do anything they can to stop that timer. Teammates then jumping into the bubble to apply that penalty. That's going to be a little disheartening if you're Penguin. You're going to want to get on the board after that first game. But I mean, you know, 5, it's not the easiest, you know, score to beat. 66 is going to be an agonizing penalty to wear off, but for now, ND, they just need to maintain control. They need to keep their numbers up. They have just lost their roller, which means Penguin are going to get a reclaim and try and start wearing that gigantic penalty down. But that was a beautiful way for ND to show that they are not going to give a point on the board that easily.
Yeah, able to keep pressure on the zone, but that's going to be 2 down on the side of ND, but not before it's actually flipped on the other side. 2 down on the side of Penguin. ND going to be able to take the zone. Splash is halfway towards that crab, so they're just going to want that crab soon because they have 30 more points of penalty to go, and on top of that, they got to make it all the way down to 4, which is not going to be an easy feat, as one of the splashes on the side of Penguin is going to pop their crab tank here. Another crab tank coming out. Machine is down, as we're seeing it is crab versus crab right now, as one of the crabs is just trying to take down Billy. Billy's going to be taken down as the crab is trying to push up here, trying to see what they can get. Cam and the other splash here are just trying to push up here, trying to see if they can pick anybody off. Again, Penguin has a really big penalty that they have to shred through, but Nova is going to be able to get his trade against that splash. That might be able to give a lot of good stuff here, as Kimmy is just trying to get in there.
They are, and it's been scrappy. Like, Penguin didn't get the smoothest take there. They had to fight for it. They lost a couple of players themselves, but then they did regain momentum and really put ND on the back foot. And I thought that might have been it, but as we're seeing here, 3 down on Penguin's part. ND gonna get the zone one more time and have one final opportunity here. They are about to wear their timer out, and they've got 25 seconds to hold. Can they do it? They've just lost the sloshing machine. It's looking scary.
It's not looking good for them right now. A Booyah Bomb coming out from the side of Penguin on their stack, as they're going to be pushing in, trying to get that zone back, but one of the bubbles is up on the zone. They literally just have to paint. They're so close. Just hold your PR button, hold your C-bar button, and then get it in a wipeout at the end. That was so close, but a wipeout at the end. Getting so many players down, getting so much pain. That bubble literally clutched them the game. That bubble just clutched them the game.
The mental fortitude you have to have as a team to be under that amount of pressure for 5 minutes, have 2 times you're essentially on, you know, seconds away from defeat and the end of your winner's run, and to bring it back and to clutch it out. I mean, we saw it the first time with the roller in their bubble, just biding time beautifully until the teammates jumped in, but again then, Bubbler showing why people love it so much as a special, showing how well it can turn the tide if your teammates take advantage of it with you. And ND, you know, if you're not known already, you're making a name for yourself. This is really incredible gameplay right now. Penguin, you know, they're down, they are not out. They could have taken both these games very easily with seconds of different play. So this is by no means over, but my gosh, this has been engaging so far.
Yeah, no, this has been really engaging here, but we're just going to have to see if ND can actually bring it home and get a 3-0 on Penguin. If they can get that, that is absolutely just huge. But we're just going to see if that happens on the dumpster truck map. It's back, baby. Dumpster truck map.
I am really hoping, as I say, the bit I like about Eeltail is how scrappy you can be around all the dumpster trucks lost loot that is sitting around mid. And if there's any teams that are going to be having some beautiful scraps and bouncing back and forth around those spaces, it is going to be these two. Here we go. Are we going to see any changes in composition? We're not on Penguin's part. I believe that makes sense. The wiper's back. The wiper's back. So let's see what it can do. I am thoroughly excited. What are you thinking, ND? How do you think this will go?
I am not the team.
NM, my bad. NM, my commentary friend.
I am beating Penguin.
You have become the team now.
Yeah, but it's nice seeing the Wiper come out, and it's 2 down on the side of Penguin. Three down on the side of Penguin. Oh my God, already straight off the bat. But as I'm saying that, I have to take 3 more drinks because of the drinking game.
You would think I'd have had one by the way I'm completely mispronouncing your name when you only have 2 letters in it. It's apologies for that, but yeah, I mean ND, beautiful offensive. Complemented the torpedo there, the main weapon. Very clutch trade. The Flings have managed to get there while under pressure in a corner. The time is ticking away. Mid is incredibly blue right now. Penguin doing everything they can, using those crab tanks to get picks. They have managed to get one, but these bubblers are just making it so hard for the crab tanks impact to really be felt. And we're seeing 40 points down on ND's part, and it's only been a minute.
Yeah, no, but 2 down on the side of ND. This could be Penguin's chance in order to come back and take the zone. 26 on the board for ND, but they're going to be 2 down, and it's Penguin's time to get in there and be aggressive. It is only Kiwi left alive, and he is just trying to play for his life. But look at that crab tank placement. They are just trying to run out of there, trying to make sure that they don't get picked off because they don't want to lose their crab tank. Unlike Penguin, they are the only crab tank on their board. They're trying to stay alive here, staying behind the wall. 2 down on either side here. Three down on the side of Penguin. This is their chance to get back in the zone and say, no more yellow. We don't like the color yellow. But of course, Noah is going to go down, but so is Henlo here. They have to paint here. They have to paint, which they do, giving Penguin a 47 penalty. Big Bubbler coming out once again. Of course, for Crab Tank, Big Bubbler gets easily shredded, but if you can keep distracted with a Big Bubbler, that could be a good opportunity for you to do like another angle on that Crab Tank or something along that line. Use that as sort of a decoy.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I really love Penguin's push when they got control. They really forced ND on the back foot. ND did completely the right thing in backing up. I liked how the Crab Tank, instead of going full offensive, was focusing more on assisting the team. That had allowed them to get back in the zone. They are managing, on ND's part, to wear down their penalty very quickly here. And Penguin are at a numbers disadvantage right now, while the torpedoes are just sniffing out where Penguin are hiding. But that is a clutch pick. That is a Booyah Bomb at the ready. That is Sentinel missiles that I believe have just come out. And this is Penguin's chance to get a penalty for ND again. But they're making it so difficult.
Oof. They're so close. But Henlo's going to go down. 7, 6, 5, 4. They're 2 down. They're 2 down on either side. No, it's just the Flings on the side of Penguin. And ND manages to 3-0 Penguin.
How did ND do this? How do they look like they're on the back foot with a numbers disadvantage and less map control, and then manage to just get these clutch doubles and triples? It is absurd. I'm not even sure how they really pulled that off at the end, but that is something else. Like seeing Penguin 3-0'd like that. Penguin who have destroyed Triton-Cups previously when they've been in it. And I mean, if you're ND, you're the dopamine rush right now be huge and incredibly well earned. I mean, that was just beautiful gameplay throughout. And yeah, Penguin, they're not out of this yet. They've got a loser's run. They have shown why they're so scary. They will be back with a vengeance, I am sure. But that is incredible. What a treat as the final game for us to commentate this evening, eh?
That is a treat, seeing that 3-0 come out. And where they're going, of course, Penguin is going to be going to losers round 7. Going to be waiting on who goes between Grupo Marrano versus whoever wins between 1904 and Saiko. So they got a good amount of waiting to do. But ND has secured their spot in winners finals. They're going to be either going up against Yessir or ASC Tenshi in the next round that's being streamed. But before we get to that, me and Chili are going to be signing off. So of course, where can people find you at, Chili?
They can find me at Twitter on chiliboy_splat. It's just been set up recently. I haven't been using Twitter too much. I've wanted a dedicated Splatoon Twitter as I've been really getting back into the meta, and Splat 3 has just been such a delight so far as this game has highlighted. But yeah, chiliboy_splat on Twitter. Where can they find you, NM?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at instar123. My Twitch has been kind of dormant. I'm just not have the time to stream, but I will finally be streaming again tonight as it is my new team's Ouroboros first run in the tournament, and we're gonna be playing in Proving Grounds at 8 p.m. PST. So if you guys could show up for that, that'd be greatly appreciated. But with that, it was a great time commentating this Triton-Cup. We had some really nice matches. I need to lie down.
I bet. Yeah, you need to nurse that headache before you play. But yeah, very good luck to you this evening, and pleasure commentating with you. Enjoy the rest of the evening, folks. As this is last match has shown, you are in for a real treat, and we'll be handing over to Genie7 and Broken Pinky after the break to be your entertainment throughout the rest of this evening.
You guys have a good one.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Triton-Cup 46. I am Genie7, joined by Broken Pinky. And Broken Pinky, we are coming off of an insane upset, a 3-0 for ND over Penguin. And wow, that was an insane match to watch. But this, going forward, longtime rivals Yessir of Penguin. Do you think ND's got some more gas in the tank to take this set as well?
I mean, they got it. They have to be riding the momentum. They just got a 3-0 over the first seed in this tournament, but Yessir will be no pushover. They are a well-established team, and they are very strong, and I guess we'll see how this set will go right here. We're going game one right on Splatoon's Wahoo World. We are going to see the Splatana Wiper come out, and obviously the double splash, double machine comp that Yessir has been really just kind of making their trademark as of late. What do you think of these comps, and how do you think we're going to sort of see the interaction between these teams going into this game?
Well, we kind of saw from the last game how what ND could do crazily with their comp, with their Wiper, and with all their unique weapons that they have. But seeing what Yessir's approach to being is really going to be what's crucial. And both teams so scrappy. As the dust settles, we have a crab tank on the side of ND with a jump in, and just a splash on the side of Yessir.
Yeah, it's crazy to just see 3 go down on both sides immediately, and it was just a 1v1 left to contest the zone. But now ND has control of the zone. Kind of a light control though, considering Yessir has all the members up, and it's 2 down to the side of ND. Yessir is able to flip that zone, and all of a sudden they have a hardy advantage in this map. 2 of them already have specials. They still have the numbers advantage, and they're just taking a ton of control over ND's area. And that's a wipeout from Yessir, and this is where a map like Wahoo becomes really difficult because it's very lockout prone, considering just the big drops in the mid, and we are seeing the Wiper to fight back. With the Wiper, they only get 1, but they do go down to the splash, and Yessir just has so much control in mid right now.
Yeah, Rise has his crab tank ready. They popped it. They've got one. Nova's down in zone. Big Bulber did get popped inside of ND. With the Wiper going around inside of. They get also taken out by this crab. Rollers in, gets 1. They need to find a lot more. They see so many around in the Big Bubbler. Can they get any more? They're trying to swing the ink, and no, they can't. But ND, they jump into the Big Bubbler. They're able to come in, flip that fight, flip that zone. Funds is the last one alive. Just trying to scramble around and find the rest of the members of ND. What a crazy turnaround coming over from the side of ND.
This game has just been an absolute scrap on both sides. We see the Wiper get a clutch kill on the splash. Beautiful 1v1 on the side of the Wiper of ND, and now ND is the one in control, and while they have a long way to go for that lead, they do have the power of last-ditch effort should they be running it, and Yessir is going to be forced to respond, and these are weapons on the side of ND that can really capitalize on the forced drop. You know, you have the one-shot of the Roller, the one-shot of the Wiper, we have the Crab already coming out from ND. This is going to run out, but ND is getting very dangerously close to a lead flip.
All 4 specials were popped inside of Yessir. They have nothing left. They did cap zone, which will be good for them, but they're losing numbers. ND's only had to pop a big bubbler. Just 1 singular big bubbler. Their roller does go down, so they'll have to get their special back again. But this lockout scenario that we are seeing from ND is proving to be a little bit too much for Yessir to handle. They've got 1 more opportunity before they lose the lead for Yessir, on the side of Yessir.
Yeah, and it's just been so tense. ND just got so close to taking the lead, and Yessir was just barely able to deny it. But here we are back again. There's only 14 points left before the lead switches again. We see the Wiper try to battle the Crab, take the attention away from the zone, and the Crab does run out. And this could be ND's chance to further cement the lead. The splash is going to be able to kill the Wiper, but the lead is so close to flipping. There's only 5 points left. Almost there, and they do get the lead switch. Beautiful job from ND, but this match is not over yet.
Ooh, it might be. There's no one left.
The splash is going to go down. Only 14 points left in the zone clock, and I think that's going to be game 1 for ND.
Yeah, that completely it. There's no chance that anyone can get close. The Roller's shutting down all the ledges with the rest of the members aside of ND. There was only Rise left on that splash. They couldn't 1v3. They couldn't just protect their team because their team had fallen all around them. And Yessir dropping this game. ND showing, hey, we've got the tank, still a lot of gas in this tank. We are still going. And that upset last game was not a fluke.
ND is just trying to prove themselves as much as they can. They say, okay, Yessir, you wanted your match against Penguin, you wanted your grudge match, your long rivalry. We're going to take that from you, and we're going to put you down in losers bracket 2, but this set is far from over. This is just game 1, and he was very contentious for a lot of it, but it was ND that was able to just maintain a dominant amount of control in the second half, and that's why they were able to just emerge victorious. But we will shortly be heading on to Game 2 on Zone's Inkblot. Genie, what do you think of this map?
I like this map. It's gonna be terrifying because the roller player here is very, very scary. Billy on that roller. I like how they used both this close range melee weapons, the roller and the Splatana, inside those big bubblers, causing so much damage on those crab tanks and onto those machines. And that was really the thing, the code that needs to be cracked if we want to see Yessir kind of win these games. They've got some time to figure it out, but this is a comp that you just never see coming out of ND, like at all. I don't think I've ever seen this in scrims whatsoever.
Yeah.
A double melee comp.
It's very rare to see a comp like this, but that surprise factor has clearly been in ND's favor. You know, they are going to lose the opening team fight just a little bit. 3 do go down to the side of ND, and Yessir's going to get the first cap of the zone. And now Yessir's, the name of the game is to just try and get control of the enemy plat, because once you lock out the plat on Inkblot Art Academy, there isn't very many places to go. But
this is the same script as last time. ND lost the first fight. It looked like Yessir was going to hold on the plat, but ND found their way back in. Specials have been used, and finally, Yessir, they've cracked the code. They've been able to get the spots that they need, sending members of ND back into spawn. And this is going to be very, very, very difficult for ND now. We're in almost final fight territory, even though we've only lost 2 fights.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal start from Yessir, and I say start because it's only been a minute, but you wouldn't know it looking at the zones clock. It's almost at 30 points already. We do see the Viper get the kill with the hammer throw, and he's trying to contest that zone just a little bit, but they're not quite able to cap it. 2 do go down to the side of Yessir, though. This could be the opening that ND needs to finally get this cap and stack a huge penalty, but the zone is just not being flipped.
The junior fell.
Give up on Yessir, but they're just trying to, all they can is barely get it. It's gonna stay with Yessir just a little bit longer. They're gonna get a few more points, and he's trying desperately to get this penalty on them, and they finally get it.
Finally, it took so long, as the splash will be punished at the end of their crab usage. But ND, the way that they couldn't cap that zone, they lost their junior first. Both the melees were just trying to swing around on that zone, not able to find anything that they needed. I'm very terrified because there's no specials here for ND, and the onslaught will be ready for Yessir. I need to see a lot of pop-off.
Yeah, we do, and we already see the Booyah coming out. We see the crab. We see another Booyah going on in the zone. We just see these machines just chucking these teams in their back pockets, just trying to keep the zone in contention as much as they can. Now the machines are down there trying to fight it, trying to fight the junior in the bubble, and this zone is just not able to stay in a stable state ever since ND was trying to capture it back first. ND is going to be the first one to lose a player in this team fight, and it looks like Yessir is going to be able to get the zone back from them, get that penalty onto ND, and start to chew through their own penalty just a little bit.
Both teams scrapping our own zone. We see a lot of splats going in the favor of ND. This could be good. They're going to start looking towards the way on plat, but they're going in a little bit solo 1v1. They lose their Splatana Stamper after using, the Splatana Wiper after using their stamp. There we go. This is tight, but the jumps are back in. Even though they go down so early, just coming back in. This is going to be good for Yessir.
Yeah, we see the specials come out, but ND is through their penalty, and it looks like Yessir is going to get that cap and just stack the penalty right back onto them. And ND has not been able to get really anything substantial. They've just been kind of chipping away. The machine wins that 1v1 against the Viper crucially on the left side of the map, and that's 3 down on the side of ND. The last one is the splash holding the crab, and now everyone from ND is forced to respawn, and these machines are just been such an issue for ND. Just controlling the plat, just getting so much AoE damage so far away. Viper was able to crucially get a nice trade with that hammer throw, but 3 down on ND, and Yessir's almost done with their penalty, and once they get through that, they'll be very close to getting that knockout.
Yeah, this Viper has QR, so every time it gets it loses a trade, it's able to like really get back really fast in the action, which is good. They go down another trade scenario. Yessir, no penalty on the zone. Buns has that Booyah bomb. They're trying to hold it. We've got the roller really trying to go into the zone. They need to find a way to neutralize this. It's going to be tight because they both fall inside of their own big bubblers. And that's going to be Yessir taking a game off of ND.
Yeah, and ND took a fairly dominant game plan, and Yessir says we'll take a fairly dominant one right back. Yessir just kind of had the lead the entire match, and they never really let it flip, and ND never really could have gotten close. It was just those machines and those splashes throwing those burst bombs, and I don't know, just the simplistic comp of Yessir just works so well just because of how versatile and how powerful Machine and Splash are in this meta, and it's why they're at this point in bracket here in Winners Finals, and it's why they took Game 2 over ND, but now we're going to be heading into Game 3 on Scorched Gorge. Genie, what do you think of this stage?
I love it. I don't think I'm going to see anything that I enjoy playing on it, but what I want to see is the cracking the code, because I'm so interested. We see a lot of Crab and Machine, Crab being Splash. We see a lot of those weapons, so that's something that we are more known to seeing how they use the subs and the specials and what they use to force out players from different areas. But I want to see how the Splatana Wiper with the stamp and the roller with the Big Bubbler are used. Because Big Bubbler, the double Big Bubbler comp is not something that I am ever used to seeing, like at all. We had ideas of it early on in the game, but usually that would have to be running like either a Junior, a Squiffer, a Roller, or I can't remember the last one, Zimmy, but wasn't in the original thing, and Blaster. So seeing a Junior and a Roller being able to be used in the same comp really creates this interesting dynamic with the Big Bubbler, even though they seem to be getting shredded quite often.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the feeling of Big Bubbler in this meta, but we'll see if ND can sort of crack that code, you know, with that sort of knuckleball of a combo. You don't see Wiper, you don't see Roller that much, and we're going to see if they can leverage their advantages to really just throw Yessir off their game, but so far they're kind of unfazed. It's a very neutral team fight, but Yessir definitely has more control of the zone. We do see the Splash come out on the side of ND, and ND is able to get the first two picks at that, and I think this first cap from Yessir is going to be rather fleeting. Yes, ND is able to get it, and we're going to have to see if they can use this to establish some control and get a few more picks to really put the point total out of Yessir's reach.
Third time in this game, or in this series, sorry, that we've had Yessir taking the first cap. Beautiful bomb throw, able to take out that machine, take out funds before they can find anything and get anything done. We've got Crabs coming out from Reyes, but the members of ND, they're standing strong, they're staying alive. Big Bubblers are out, so there is if they do fall, there's even a safe spot for them to all jump back into.
Yeah, these Big Bubblers from ND have been crucial. I definitely was not expecting this. You know, Big Bubblers seen as sort of underpowered and, well, not underpowered, but sort of helpless in the face of Crab, and Andy's been making it work, but Yessir is able to use that Booyah Bomb on that Crab tank, and they're able to get control of the zone themselves. There is just the Roller in zone just trying to fight for something.
That's huge! That's huge! The Wiper and the Roller come out and get three! They get three together, and they see the last one alive, who's going for a jump out. They know that's a complete almost wipeout scenario. ND sees that opportunity, plays it beautifully with their sharking weapons of those both the melees, sending Yessir all the way back to spawn.
Yeah, ridiculous team play from ND, turning a terrible situation into a winning one, getting 3 crucial picks, and now Yessir having to wait out this Crab, and ND is almost through their penalty timer, and once they do, they'll really be in danger of getting the knockout in this game 3. It's a 3v3 situation in zone. We do see another go down to the side of ND, but Yessir's just not been able to crack through the middle, and ND is finally below that 30-point mark, and Yessir is able to get the cap, but this point total is so far away from where Yessir is right now.
Uh-oh. Don't camp that too close. That's a Roller. The Roller and the bombs. The Wiper is here. They know that the jumps are just going to keep coming in. Even though you get the splats, the jumps just keep coming on the side of ND. They're unrelenting, and the Wiper is back again. They just fell 3 times in 30 seconds, and they're back to get some more. Their teammates are all here. Funds is the last alive. ND, they just never stop fighting.
They can never stop scrapping. I mean, it's hard to say feed to win, but they've just been throwing themselves, and they've just been able to do so well in these team fights and just such good coordination. You know, the dives of the Wiper and that aggression is drawing the attention away from everyone else. That Roller is able to come in, that Splash is able to support with burst bombs. You see the Splash of the Junior. The Crab just gets shredded immediately by this Wiper, and once again, Andy is through their penalty. They're at 27 points, and they're just trying to get to this knockout. They have so much control of this map, but 2 do go down crucially.
Oh, but 2-2 trade!
2 trade? What is going on? I can't even process this match anymore. There's just a lone Crab on ND though, and Yessir is able to get the zone, but I can't even call this safe. It's 3 dead. It's just the Wiper. The Wiper goes down though. It's gonna be a delayed wipe. Finally, the jumps are over, but my goodness, Andy, it's such a strong showing in the first 3 minutes of this game.
Crab in this position is devastating. Any weapon that has long range here is so good. Gonna stall all of ND. They can't go anywhere. There's nowhere to go. They just have to wait for the Crab to be done. That's bought so much time. Specials are on the side of Yessir now. They have to stay alive though, because here comes ND trying to go to the zone. The lead is very, very, very close to being taken over. Crab tank coming out on the side of ND. Kiwi trying to find the machine on this right side. Can they find it? No. Yes, they can. Funds is taken down. Bubblers on zone from on both right and left. Both teams going forward. Rise on the crab with the left side. Big Bubbler has jumps coming in. They need to find this cap of your side of ND. Yessir, if they win this fight, they could win this game right here. Put themselves in a huge spot. Jumps are coming in. Is there anyone that is able to stop the zone? No, the wipeout comes through. And Yessir taking a game that looked to be all over for them, and are able to take it out from underneath of ND.
Presence of mind of Yessir to be able to do that. Andy was just dominating that entire game, just putting on so much pressure on the zone. Every time they would lose the cap, they would immediately be back. But Yessir got that wipeout, that delayed wipe, stopped all the jumps from coming in, and that was exactly what was needed. The crab beautifully taking over their plat, stopping them from getting to the zone, and that just sort of cascaded into Yessir now being up 2-1 in the series. And Genie, Yessir is at set point right now.
They are, and I feel like they figured it out. They're like, we can't let anyone live. There has to be no one. We can't, even if there's a wipeout, the jumps will still come into these big bubblers. I feel like they've figured out what's going on. ND says, hey, I know you have the meta. I know you like to get your crabs and keep them spaced and protected with your Booyah Bombs and your sloshing machines. We don't care about your crabs. What if we just keep running at your crabs head first with our 2 respawn melee weapons, which will splat you? And that's what they're doing. I feel like Yessir has kind of figured that out now. I'm worried if this set if we see these two teams play again later in the tournament. But right now, ND, they have to capitalize on this map with their bubblers. They have to find a way to scrap this out. Because if they let the same crabs take the space and aren't able to win, just like run themselves at those crabs, this series is all but done.
Exactly, and here we are, Game 4, Undertow Spillway. Once again, if Yessir wins this game, they win the set, and Undertow is unique in this game, being one of the very few split zones maps. It's just this stage in Flounder Heights, and split zones are typically not seen as very favorable, but I think this sort of aggressive close quarters is exactly what ND needs. We once again see Yessir getting the opening cap in what feels like a bit of a tradition, but that's 2 dead on the side of Yessir, 3 dead in fact, and it looks like ND is going to be able to get control of the zone. That's a wipeout from Yessir in 30 seconds, and now this is where ND has been thriving all set and all tournament. Just in that wipeout situation, just being all the way in the side of Yessir. You can see the hammer throw from the wiper, battling on the snipe, but the wiper is going to go down to that splash-o-matic.
Nico has the crab on the high ground. They're trying to find anything they can. Billy's going to be pressured between 2 Booyah Bombs and a crab tank. Still staying alive. Kiwi's there as well. We see the wiper coming in. The jumps just unrelenting from ND. And the zone is still under their control.
This is, I can't even process. I can't even comprehend. I can't even enunciate what is going on with the zone. It's just been utter pandemonium. Just the utter aggression of ND has been so solid, and they still have control of the zone. The roller's going to go down, which is pretty crucial, but the wiper just immediately gets the pick on the splash to compensate it for it, and the wiper's behind all of Yessir. They do go down, though, as well as the junior, and finally Yessir gets control of the zone once again, and let's see if they can leverage this to be another knockout game.
I see a wiper jumping into that crab. I see Kiwi's going to have, yep, there's the wiper. The wiper just jumped into Kiwi on the right side of our screen, able to get some spots. Actually, no, the spots came out from Nova and Billy on our far left side. They were the ones that were able to get the spots, neutralizing these zones. Can they apply a little bit of a penalty to the side of Yessir? I don't know if they will. We see this junior push back into a corner, into a machine. Will they win this fight? Is there a way that they win that fight? The junior won the fight! Nova won the fight! What? Excuse me?
What was that play? I wish we could have seen that, but the junior's able to get the machine, and that's exactly the secret sauce ND needed to get this zone back, and they're halfway through their penalty at this point. There's going to be a crab coming out from Yessir on that upper raised glass area, which is very difficult to target, but it's not able to find any picks. It does get the assist, though, and 2 are down on the side of ND. Yessir gets control of the zone once again, but we're halfway through this match, and Yessir just broke the 90-point barrier.
I know Nebula's crying, not seeing the junior go in the giant screen and pop off potential, but you know what? That's okay. Boy, Nova comes in. Can Nova find this trade?
Oh
nope, not this time. I thought the junior was going to get it that time again. No, Typhoon says no, not this time. But has to watch out because the roller's on their tail. The Booyah Bomb comes out. Can they find the trade? No, Philly's still alive. Still alive, but has to watch out. Another machine's coming through. The lead has swapped. Funds is gone, though. Yes, sir, they're on the back foot. They have to watch out. The roller's coming in. They have a game plan. They have a big bubbler. They're looking for some more spots in the zone. And then, more importantly, ND is looking for these zones, and they're looking for that massive penalty.
Yeah, this is the problem with Split Zone's map, because it'd be so hard to get that control. ND finally gets it, but not before Yessir gets all the way down to 30. And now ND now it's the onus is on them. We do see the 2v1 against the Splash. The Splash is able to get the trade with the Wiper, and the Junior goes down shortly after. It's just the Splash on the Roller that's jumping in now, and the Roller goes down too. This is just the Splash-O-Matic on ND's side, trying to keep this zone just away from Yessir's grasp. ND still has control of the zone just a little longer. They're through their penalty. They have 25 points to get this lead back from Yessir, and they need this lead if they want to stay in the set. Wiper wins the 1v1 versus the Machine, and the Wiper tries to put a hammer at the Crab. Unable to get that kill though. The Vipers kind of left by themselves, and they are going to die in the zone, and Yessir's going to get the cab once again.
Yo, this is such an incredible game. Both teams scrapping it out. This is honestly the most entertaining Undertow game I've ever seen. That's saying a lot from a map that's so lockout heavy and so snowbally and so just, you know, Undertow.
So much like Undertow spillway.
Yeah.
The Viper is able to get that pick though, and the Viper's still moving around, and he still has a solid chance. They're through their penalty once again. 25 points is all that separates them from a game 5, but this is a game 5 they need to win the set. They get it below the 50-point barrier, and they're finally starting to get some picks. 2 dead on the side of Yessir, only 1 dead on the side of ND. This roller's going to be back any second. This lead will flip any second. 35 points is where it's going to stay. 34, 3, 2, 1. And that's going to be the lead flip for ND in the last 30 seconds of the match. And this Crab is controlling the area. Yessir, 2, 3 go down. That's a wipeout. That's a wipeout.
ND taking us all the way. They're taking this series all the way to Game 5. They're going to make sure that Yessir has to fight for their ticket to Grands. We are going the distance in this series.
Game 5, what an incredible set. And it's not even over. There's still 1 game to go, but my goodness, I can't even comprehend what's going on. There's just so much scrabbing back and forth, lead switching, zone switching, map control, special play. These are 2 teams at the top of their game at some of the highest level you can see in this game, and my goodness, Twitch chat, are you seeing this? This is incredible.
I'm so stoked, because even though I thought that Yessir had finally figured out ND's, like, oh, silly off-meta comp, easy, let's just play meta and, like, make a few mid-set adaptations. No, ND said, you know what? No, we know how to play against your comp. We counter your comp. We are going to make sure we win this game. They were still able to find a way after, honestly, halfway through the game, it was looking devastating on the side of ND. But they were able to dig themselves out of that hole. I'm looking towards our final map here. Yeah. Hagglefish Market. Pinky, what do you think they need to do to really close this one out?
Ending on Hagglefish, you know, one of the more anticipated maps for this game, and we didn't know much about it. And Hagglefish is fairly beloved, but it's a more open map, which ND has been struggling on throughout the set. You know, I think the close quarters of Undertow really helped them make that comeback, but we're just gonna have to see if ND is gonna be able to win this. This is game 5, the final game of this incredible set between ND and Yessir. This is winner takes all. We see no comps. These teams want to go with what they know works, what has been working all tournament, and they desperately want to get this leg up going into grand finals.
I'm not worried for whoever gets first cap. Yessir gets it, that'll be common. They've gotten it every single game, and they've given it up every single game. They just have to play safe on the inside of ND because they know that the crab tanks are coming out. But this time, Yessir don't have the cap first. It's ND who comes up with the first lead.
And ND's shaking it up with the first cap. The Viper's going to go in, but not able to get a pick. The Machine is down on the side of Yessir. That's 2 dead on the side of Yessir. It's a 2v2 situation, but Yessir has all of the zone and all of the map control. This Splash-O-Matic is being forced way back into a corner, and they're going to get picked off. And already, ND is making a statement in this game 5. They're saying, we want this game winner take all. And we're not even a minute into it. They're already at the 50-point barrier, and these specials are coming out. The Crab is going to shred that booyah and get the pick on the Machine. And ND has just been dominating this game so far.
They have, and ND, Bubbler is out. We do see that Wiper is on that left side with Nova. Billy's going in. Billy gets one. The Wiper goes in, throws their stamp, can't find anything. The trades are around. Nova falls. It's just going to be the Junior, or the Splash left alive. Kiwi trying to hold his own, trying to protect their jumps. And here comes the Roller. Billy comes in and gets one. Here comes the Wiper. Can they find anything? No, they're going to get punished. But 27, that is a really, really good start.
It is a really good start, but on a map like Hagglefish, especially with ND's comp, it can be very difficult for them to get back in, especially since that Crab is online, and we're probably going to be seeing it pop shortly. We see the Roller trying to make something happen under that Villa, and it's just getting contested from so far away with a million burst bombs, and Yessir has control of the zone, and they're already pushing it below 50. ND cannot feel safe about this. Their lead is in serious jeopardy, and one of them and ND is going down. It's going to make them recapturing the zone so much harder. We're below 40 points. The Roller's going to get the trade, but I think it's going to be a lead switch, Genie.
This is more than likely going to be a lead switch unless the Wiper can find a miracle. They've gotten one so far, but they need to live. They need their team to be able to come back to them. They do. The Roller's alive, but now who's going to get to zone? The rest of the members of Yessir, they're just kind of trying to lock this out. They're locking it out so well, and as a wipe out comes through, Yessir's going to be able to take a drip pick in mid. Wow, what a way to end out this series that was so tight.
What a set, Genie. My goodness, it was... This was one of the most back and forth, just absolute slobber knockers of a set I've ever seen, and is Yessir going to be able to take it 3-2 over ND, but that was a hard-fought set. If I were either of these teams, I would be immediately messaging them saying that we need to become scrim partners, because my goodness, were things so tight. But Yessir is the one that's going to take it, moving on to the grand finals, and ND will be dropping down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and with that, we will be taking a little bit of a break. We are going to be hopping back over into our losers bracket, where we will be watching, if you use ! bracket in the chat, you'll be able to see our bracket. We will be hopping back in with our losers round 7 action. Got a little bit more, few more teams than we normally have in the tournaments. So our losers, we have an extra losers round. So we'll get an extra losers round to see on stream. But with that, we'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello everyone and welcome to Losers Quarterfinals here at Triton-Cup 46. I am Broken Pinky, joined here by Genie7, and here we have a matchup between Penguin and Saiko. Genie, what do you think of this matchup?
I am honestly amazed to see Saiko, our 17th seed in losers quarters. This will be whoever loses here will be tied for 5th. Am I correct? Yes, I'm correct.
Yeah, this is losers top 6, but
yeah,
getting her the 17th seed is no small feat, but
no.
If Saiko wants to get further, they will have to beat the #1 seed, which is rather daunting.
They already beat 1904, which was our 3rd seed. I didn't have the chance to check the rosters. We had a lot of big upsets. Our 3rd seed and our 4th seed, not even getting out of losers round 5. That's over 2 rounds ago. So a lot of chaos has been going on in the loser side of the bracket. They've been cooking some mad upset stew, and Penguin is hoping to digest some more Penguin-friendly food.
Yeah, but I mean, Penguin is not immune to these upsets either. They did lose to ND in that winner's bracket, and ND is going to be waiting for them at losers finals if Penguin even makes it that far. So we have a lot more great things in store, but first things first, we got to get this match underway between Penguin and Saiko, and here we go, game 1 on the Flounder Heights Splat Zones.
Very worried. This opening team fight is critical. The zone does not move, unlike Clams, Tower Control, and Rainmaker. So if you get top mid, you are locked and loaded for the remainder of the game. First fight is critical here.
Yeah, and we're seeing almost exactly the same comps from both seeds. We just see Penguin have an extra machine in favor of Saiko's extra splash, and we're just going to see how this goes. Penguin does have a little more paint control as of now. They're just going for that battle on the other roof. The Custom Junior is going to throw that Wave Breaker down on the side of Saiko, but Saiko's kind of just being forced back a little bit, and they do get picked off. It's 3 versus 3, but that sloshing machine has that streak, but they do go down immediately. And both these teams just know how critical the team fight is. It's 3 versus 3 still. Penguin has gone down.
Everyone's going down on both sides. Saiko, I think they're the ones that have all the control. They've got 3 up. They've got 3 on these zones. They do have the zone, but they didn't get enough control to force Penguin to be forced into a corner. Penguin still has a little bit of jail to work with. A Booyah Bomb has come in. Trades are out for both sides. Booyah Bombs both sides again. The Crabs, more Booyahs, more specials. Saiko, they're trying to hold on, but Penguin are fighting back.
This is just such a scrap, but Saiko still has control of the zone, and they're pushing this point total down a little bit, but Penguin is just trying to fight back. Critically though, neither team has fallen down to being cornered, because once the enemy team gets control of the roof, it can kind of spell the end of things here on Flounder, just because of how well the people control the map. But that's 3 dead on Saiko. That's a wipeout from Penguin. And Penguin is going to get this control, and now all of Saiko is being forced to spawn. And this is what we were talking about, Genie. Just able to get just such a strong position on that high ground, and it really makes things hard for Saiko to try and get back in.
What are you supposed to do against a crab tank? Look at how far Noah is up on the top right. What are you supposed to do? You just have to wait, and that's exactly what Saiko's done. They have a Booyah Bomb. They forced it out. They're trying to find any spots that they can. They do find one of the machines on the side of Penguin down, but they have to get in the zone before those jumps come back.
Yeah, things are just being so difficult for Saiko, and Penguin is just pushing this lead down ever further, getting below the 40-point mark, and there isn't really much contesting on the zone. And that's 2 dead from Saiko. 3 dead from Saiko. It's just this Custom Junior trying to make something happen, but this Custom Junior has just not been able to leave the jail that is that ramp area, Flounder Heights, and this point total is getting down to 10 points. I think Penguin's just going to get this knockout here right and early in this first game of the series.
It would take a catastrophic injury or mistake from Penguin to give this up here and now, and they will not. They will close out that game. The wipeout. That first wipeout really was the only thing that Saiko did wrong, and they were never allowed another opportunity in just due to how the map is designed. So that's an A-OK first loss if I'm Saiko. And that's a really good win for Penguin, because that first fight, it was critical, but it was more importantly that wipeout. That wipeout just dug them too deep.
Yeah, but crucially, now that we're in this best-of-3 territory, Penguin is the one here at match point right now.
No counterpick, so it's not as devastating as it could be in a counterpicking format. We do know the maps, and anything can happen as we look forward to our Inkblot Zones game. Any team can beat anyone on that map because of just one double kill with a burst bomb, or with a splat bomb, or even a burst bomb, for that matter, can really flip that zone's game on its head with special usage. And that's honestly can be said with all zones maps. But looking directly forward to not Ink, but Museum de Alfonsino. I want to see the custom juniors come back because I like them on Flounder and I think they can get a lot of work done on Museum.
I think custom juniors really solid on this map, but we're just going from one Splatoon 1 map, returning map to another, and us Splatoon 1 vets were happy to see it. Although we might not be happy about how they reported. I mean, Flounder and Museum, they're classics for a reason. They're amazing stages, and even in this game, they're pretty solid stages, but we're just going to have to see sort of how this team play from both sides come out, you know. It's very awkward when both the team comps are just so similar, because that means that both teams have access to very similar options, and the way that you sort of combat that, it all comes down to sort of creativity and player expression. And Penguin was just able to get that advantage in the first game, but this is a whole new game, and we see the flings that come out on the side of Penguin along with the double splash, and we're going to see Saiko just keep things the same, just try and see if they can break through this game.
I'm not completely surprised. Penguin has been able to rock with their flings on map mode combinations with that. This is included in that with zones maps in the past. So not too surprised. I know that they are well and truly practiced on it.
Yeah, but Penguin already got the first trap and the first pick of the game, and also the first cap. Penguin just getting a lot of firsts in this game. They're trying to get this set over at 2-0 before Saiko has a chance to respond. The machine is trying to poke that crab a little bit, but does fall down. And Saiko's still not really able to enter the zone. They're able to contest it with the crab, but not quite make it there. And the crab gets picked off by the machine. Beautiful play from Penguin, and Penguin still has full control of the zone. It's a 2 versus 2 situation, but
they have to find Cam.
Really able to get it. Oh, but they do take one down, and Penguin is just the flings that left alone. It's all of Saiko back, and that's going to be the zone cap switch.
The zone cap is on Saiko's side. They have to watch out because these specials will be coming up for Penguin very, very, very soon. Wavebreaker thrown out by the custom junior and shredded immediately. A little bit of a dangerous position to put that thing down.
That it is, and we already see one down on the side of Saiko. Penguin's going to try to convert this into advantage as best they can because they know Saiko is very close to getting this lead back from them, and they want to make sure that doesn't happen at all costs. It's 3 versus 3, but the Booyah Bomb from the machine comes out toward the gallery area. We also see the crab expire, and Penguin's able to get the zone cap right back, right before Saiko's able to take that lead from them.
Wow, great splash on the side of Saiko. The crab is out. They're trying to find the members on this right side of Penguin. Crab v Crab. 2 members of Penguin have been spotted on this right side. Saiko knows it, but they're losing their members. They've lost them down Cam on the machine and that crab tank user on that far right. Both machine and one of the splashes go down. Jumps are coming back in. Let's see if Penguin can cap this up.
Yeah, Penguin's just desperately trying to get it. They're contesting with the bombs and with the flings of fire, but they're not quite able to get the cap just yet. The crab is sitting in zone though, and that's going to be enough. We see crab on crab violence on the right side of the map, and we see another member of Penguin try to go around. They are able to pick that crab from Saiko, and now Penguin has a lot of control. Most of this map is painted yellow, including, crucially, Saiko's platform area. And if Penguin can get set up there, they can just carry this momentum all the way to the knockout. And we see the machine go up there, not able to get the pick on the other... No, they get the assist on it. I apologize. And this machine is just going around the world, just trying to keep pressure on Saiko's plat as much as possible. And Penguin's getting this point total close to the 30s. This should just be a knockout here and now with Saiko being unable to contest it.
This Booyah Bomb from Cam is going to have to come up clutch if they want to end this game here and now. Saiko, they're trying to come back in. They're being stalled. Specials out from both sides. Jumps are trying to be camped. Crab, both teams. Wave breakers come out from Saiko. They are able to get the cap. Too much chaos on that zone. Too many wave breakers. Too much chip damage. And that allows Saiko to come back in. But at what cost? They've lost so many people. And luckily, they're able to get the wipeout, forcing Penguin to reset all of their specials.
That was a huge wipeout for Saiko, just saying, okay, we're going to just get our feet stabilized a little bit. We're going to try and make sure we take over Penguin's plat, but Penguin's having none of that. The splash is trying to hide to the wall a little bit, just trying to cruise to get a pick. They are able to pick one of the splashes to go down to the machine, but that's a crucial pick for Saiko. And they're getting dangerously close to getting this lead back from Penguin. 2 go down from Saiko, though, and they're not going to have very many resources to defend this zone. It's just going to be an all-out brawl for zone. 2 dead from Saiko, and Penguin is just going to be able to take that cap and right back before Saiko can get the lead. That's 3 dead from Saiko. The others are coming from spawn, and Penguin, there's just a minute 20 left in this game, and they're already on Saiko's plats. Already having so much control and so much agency over the tone of this game.
There's no one else can fall inside of Saiko. They have to find every splat, and it has to be clean. They want to get back into the zone because there's going to be very little time if they have a second fight. This is their final opportunity. What can they get done? Nothing with the crab, nothing with the booyah. Maybe, actually, no, a lot of space, and they get zone out of that. More than I expected.
Very well, very good special coordination, but unfortunately the splash is going to get picked off. Expecting someone to drop off the plat, and it's just not happening. Penguin, just like that, already has the zone capped back in their favor, and there's about 30 seconds left in this game. It's just not looking like it's going to happen for Saiko. There's one member just being cornered, but Penguin is almost through their penalty and almost through this knockout. There's just two left in Saiko just here to contest the zone, just trying to desperately paint it, but Penguin knows it, trying to paint over it, going after it with the missiles. 2 dead from Penguin, though, even if they get the cap. That's 3 dead from Penguin. Saiko's able to turn this around, and they are able to get this cap with 20 seconds left on the clock. Now Saiko has to use this, has to leverage this. They have to get to 14 points, and they're getting rather close. This penalty's going through pretty quickly, and we're going into overtime, I think.
This is going to be critical. The one crab tank from either side. Which crab will win will likely decide the battle. Overtime, here they go, and that's going to be Penguin taking it. Missiles out, wheel bomb out. Zone is going to be capped very momentarily as the wipeout comes through, and Penguin takes this loser's quarters 2-0.
Very well played from Penguin. Like, my goodness, they did not panic at all whenever Saiko got control. Saiko got close to taking the lead multiple times in that museum game, but Penguin just kept it calm, cool, and collected, and just said, we know we can play solidly, we can use our specials, we can just take these team fights, and we know we can win this game. So unfortunately, Penguin will be moving on. Saiko is going to be bowing out at 5th place, but what a run from Saiko. Wow. Being seen at 17th and making it to 5th here in Triton Cup, that is a feat to be worth being proud of. But unfortunately, it's not enough to be able to move on in the bracket.
No, very, very unfortunate. And honestly, we look back at the bracket before. Saiko lost. They got sent in a loser's bracket by Penguin in winners round 3. That is where we first saw Penguin starting their momentum swing. So to be put out by the same team, lose to the same team twice, will sting, and to go down in 0-2 fashion to them twice will also sting quite a bit.
That was one hefty losers round to make it back there. They had to win 4 sets straight. Imagine they were a bit exhausted. They might be a bit relieved to be able to take this game, to take the day off. But Penguin has no day off. It's still business as usual for them. I believe we're going to be heading into a short break, but as soon as that's over with, we're going to be hitting you guys with the loser semifinals.
If you're fucking happy and you motherfucking know it, clap your motherfucking hands. If you're fucking happy and you motherfucking know it, clap your motherfucking hands. If you're fucking happy and you motherfucking know it, and you really motherfucking wanna motherfucking show it. If you're motherfucking happy and you motherfucking know it, clap your motherfucking hands.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Triton-Cup. I am still Genie7, and I'm still joined by Broken Pinky. We have Penguin, ASC Tenshi, losers semis. These two teams are not unfamiliar to facing each other, including this late in the tournament.
I mean, here we are in top 4 of the tournament. You know, these are the top 4 teams left. It's Penguin, ASC Tenshi, ND, and Yessir left in this bracket, and we're just going to get right into it. Losers top 4. Losers semis is Penguin versus ASC Tenshi. And we're going to be hopping right into, I believe, this is going to be Undertow. Yeah, Zone's Undertow. Gene, what do you think of this matchup, just real quick?
I think this is going to be a really good matchup. Both these teams have seen each other play previously in tournaments. Both teams know kind of what each other's tendencies are going to be. We are going to have some time to talk about what the teams are going to be bringing out. I like the custom junior pick on this map. It can cause a lot of distractions, a lot of chip. But I feel like the Flings will just cause that a little bit more strong presence than the custom junior due to the fact that the Flings' range, being able to chip, like throw chip onto the zone, chip paint onto that zone, kind of keep it either capped or neutralized while having missiles come out constantly will be really, really good. Both these front lines of both these teams are top level.
I mean, these are players at a freaking insane level, but I just want to just go over the dynamic of the comps, like still. Just that Flings is very good at being able to paint the zone from very far away, and considering how short range the rest of the weapons in this lobby are, I think the range from the Flings will really play to Penguin's advantage, but Custom Junior is a fantastic weapon on this map. I mean, you get that wave breaker, you just get so many options, so much control of so many areas, and again, these are two teams that are not unfamiliar to this territory. You know, top 4, they're used to making this far in tournament, and they're just going to be going right for each other's throats. It is a best of 3 series. So this is going to be the first of 2 wins, but we might have a 3-game series on our hands. I mean, this could be very competitive. So.
This could be very competitive. The Custom Junior, I feel, will do a lot better on the later 2 maps than it will do on this first map on Undertow. It doesn't. Custom Junior, like people say, oh yeah, Junior's able to like frontline. Custom Junior's able to like sideline. That's what I always say. Torpedo is the front line of the Custom Junior's kit. The torpedo can be thrown just directly at you. The Junior always wants to be in its trap. If there's a torpedo out, it is firing its ink and its wave breaker is down. You are not in a good spot to fight it. but it has to have its things. It has to be in its zone, and this map is too narrow for it to oftentimes. What?
Wait.
Okay. I'm just gonna continue on because
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
I-
both teams
yeah.
are trying it out, but
we'll have to play it out. Let's play it out.
yeah, we see a comp switch on the side of Penguin, and 2 go down from ASC Tenshi right off the bat. And Penguin's gonna be the first one with this cap. We see that the double splashes, just that crab touch is very solid, and the one on Snipe is just being pressured. Just everyone at Penguin just kind of swerves them, and Penguin has an overwhelming presence on this map already in just 30 seconds.
Maybe the Flames didn't enjoy wanting to have to fight all the torpedoes itself, because that weapon is very, very slow in that. The Penguin, they've got a good lead, they've got a good start. They have to watch out, because the members of ASC Tenshi are just trying to come back in. Unfortunately for ASC Tenshi, they've lost 3 and they've lost their specials. Wavebreaker's down, but no one's able to capitalize on it as everyone else was back in spawn, and Penguin is quickly approaching, having both crabs ready.
Yeah, Penguin has so much control of this map already, and it's only been a minute through this game. They're already at the 30-point mark, and they're in a very good spot for the knockup, but the counter crab from ASC Tenshi is going to put the one on Snipe to rest. But Penguin still has full control of both zones, but they are going to lose one of the zones right now, and this is ASC Tenshi's kind of last chance to really make something happen. If they don't stop Penguin here and now, they could just lose game 1 outright, but 3 go down inside the Penguin, and that's going to be it. ASC Tenshi is going to get that zone flip, chasing down the machine, and that's the delayed wipe. And now Penguin's going to have to start from scratch if they want to get back into mid, and they want to get these zones back in their control.
Oh, they're trying to go in aggressively for a good crab spot. They get chipped out and pressured out so quickly. ASC Tenshi, they're trying to find a way, trying to find a choke point that Penguin will just can't get through. But Penguin, they don't want it. They want to fight for the zone. They have their specials ready. They can break through another checkpoint that ASC Tenshi want to create.
Yeah, Penguin has just been so good about every time one player on the other team just goes a little too far forward, everyone on Penguin just collapses on them, and that's been helping them a lot in these team fights. And we already see the 1v1 from the Splash versus the Machine go in Penguin's favor, and Penguin is very likely to get the zone cap. ASC Tenshi is trying to contest it, but there's not enough. Penguin gets the zone back in their favor, putting a good penalty on the side of ASC Tenshi. But importantly, this is their chance to sort of reclaim that map control a little bit after they got wiped out. There's a Splash and Magical on Penguin just trying to make something happen. He's getting sort of chased out, and we see the special play on the side of ASC Tenshi. The Booyah and the Crab are really just making things hard for Penguin to really get their footing. And ASC Tenshi has the zone control and the man advantage right now as we're going into the latter half of the match.
Latter half of the match, and that Booyah Bomb not able to find anything. That could be a little bit detrimental. ASC Tenshi, though, they're trying to stall. They have their offensive Wavebreaker, pushing back the members of Penguin. Penguin don't want to fight into that, but they have the second Wavebreaker. That will cause ASC Tenshi to have to back up. The zones will be neutralized for a second. ASC Tenshi loses one of their splashes. This is devastating for them. They lose their other splash. It comes in a trading fashion. Booyah Bomb comes out from Penguin to try and cap the opposing zone, and it does. They're able to cap their own on top of that. Crab out now to solidify these zone control.
Yeah, Penguin was just so good and able to get that.
Oh!
A crucial misplay from ASC Tenshi. They're not able to get the Booyah Bomb where they want to. Just get stuck on that pillar. And that's going to be huge. ASC Tenshi's still pushing in, but they would have loved to have that added pressure with the Booyah Bomb. And the machine goes down from the right, peeking of the walls. ASC Tenshi's kind of fumbling a little bit, and 3 of them go down. Penguin is able to take advantage of a great opportunity from ASC Tenshi. And now they're making things just that much harder and that much more stressful for ASC Tenshi, because now they don't have their control of the zone. They're trying to get back into it. There's only a minute left on the clock, roughly, and Penguin has a strong lead, but the Crab from ASC Tenshi is able to get the pick on the Splash, and this is a strong chance for ASC Tenshi to really get control of the zone once again.
Oh, and Cam goes in, gets 2 in a spot where Cam probably shouldn't be able to get to. This is going to be devastating for ASC Tenshi. They're trying to find their way in, but they go in for 1v1. Penguin doing such a good job at isolating the players from ASC Tenshi who want to drop individually. But now the specials are ready. Now Penguin are the ones out on the back foot. The junior's going in through zone, but goes for a little bit of a solo play. Clam's able to punish it. The machines from both sides are doing work, unfortunately, for ASC Tenshi. Not as much work as they need to be able to get done. Both teams fighting out. Penguin put on so far on the back foot, there's only one member left alive. Tenshi able to hold control of this zone.
Yeah, during that scrap, though, Tenshi was able to crucially get that penalty on the Penguin, and now Penguin is not in a spot to really get more points and really knock it out, but there's only 20 seconds left in this game, and Tenshi has to get all the way down to 7 points if they want to take game 1. And in a best-of-3 set, game 1 is pretty crucial. That's putting ready match point, but here we go, 10 seconds
Oh,
left.
no.
Be in overtime. Splash goes in a little too far. The Booyah gets shredded though. 30 points left. And ASC Tenshi is getting very dangerously close to getting this knockout. The Crab is on the top left. The Splash is going far.
Oh, it's huge.
Kill. Huge kill. The Crab is trying to make something happen, but they're so far away. Splash not able to get it, but there's so little time. Penguin runs out of time, and ASC Tenshi just barely able to get game 1.
Oh my goodness. Cam's misplay of dropping into that little cubby on the right side of the ramp, being pressured, and none of their teammates were able to really save them. The object shutter of the Splash able to shred that Booyah Bomb, and then the dominoes started to fall. ASC Tenshi able to punish Penguin's mistakes. They made a couple mistakes, Penguin, in that just a last fight, and you can't make mistakes against good teams. Good teams will always punish you, and ASC Tenshi ran all over Penguin for that one. It was a stampede, and nothing was stopping that snowball from rolling.
Yeah, that was insane, considering just how much momentum Penguin had in the first half of the match. You know, they got it all the way down to 8 points by the halfway point. They've gotten it down, I believe, below 30, but ASC Tenshi just had that presence of mind, and they were able to bring it all the way back in overtime and in the last 30 seconds of the match. Just incredibly well played, and now ASC Tenshi is at match point here against Penguin.
This will be an interesting one. I'm very, 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 very worried for either of these teams, because we saw how close and how fine of a point it is, and how little margins for error. Hagglefish is a mode that can be so heavily snowballing with how the zone is, with just having a short range comp. So any team that really can get locked up in a base, anyone's base, I feel will have a really, really strong time. If we ever see a Crab on a canopy, I'm very worried that the game is already over.
That's very true, but these are very high-level teams. These are teams at a very upper echelon, and you can maybe expect them to just be able to come back from just about anything, as we just saw ASC Tenshi do, but now it's Penguin that has to come back. You know, ASC Tenshi, if they win Game 2 here on Hagglefish Splat Zones, they will win the set here and now, and Penguin is just trying to just be sure they know exactly what they want to do. They're talking it over one last time before we head into Game 2, and I'm just very curious and very excited to just really see how this thing goes. It was just such a back and forth Game 1, and I think this could be an omen for the set to come.
Yeah, Zones is a volatile mode. These teams are both volatile. I'm excited to see where it goes. We are here. ASC Tenshi, their match point.
Yeah, and here we go on to Hagglefish Zones. You know, just a very neutral, very beloved, very even mode, and Penguin is going back to their Flinks or Roller, seeing if that can make them work. That long range poking ability is very nice, as you mentioned, Genie, and those missiles are going to be huge for dealing with that Crab and that Booyah Bomb. That's just all over the meta and all over ASC Tenshi's team, but this opening team fight for the zone is going to be crucial. We are seeing Penguin already having the Crab at the ready, just knowing that the specials are just so crucial, breaking the Wave Breaker as it only gets one shot off, and Penguin gets the first pick of the game, and is probably going to get the zone. They have a lot in their color, and they do get the cap, but ASC Tenshi is really trying to take advantage of these sides, the machine going on the right side, the Splash going all the way in, gets a trade effectively, and Penguin still has control of the zone, but they do have to beware of the machine in that flank behind them, and all the members of ASC Tenshi are in that right flank trying to make something happen, but at this point, Penguin just has so much control of the zone that they're forced to back out and just try to get back into the normal means using specials.
Yeah, they do force out two specials for ASC Tenshi, but Penguin, they respond. More specials from both teams. This zone is just a special battlefield. No one really wants to stand on it. Everyone just wants to fight around it. Luckily, the junior from ASC Tenshi able to output the most amount of paint and cap it, allowing ASC Tenshi to finally get some points on the board. But not before they lose Seb on that splash.
Yeah, that pick from the splash is so crucial, but as with the pick on the opposing splash, it's a 3 versus 3, and the splash that just dies respawning, and the machine goes down to compensate for it. This is the bloodbath. It was pretty neutral to begin with, but now ASC Tenshi are 2 down, and Penguin is probably going to try to use this to not only take control of the zone, but take control of the map. But as I say that, 2 members of Penguin go down immediately. Penguin is not going to be able to get what they wanted to. It's just the Flings that left in the zone by themselves, and they're just getting pressured and die.
Seb gets 3 out of the heroics of the Wavebreaker. The chip damage from the Wavebreaker plus burst bombs and plus a little bit of a splash chip means that the 3 splats go in favor of Seb. That was a 3v1 scenario with a little bit of help from a Wavebreaker.
insane coordination from ASC Tenshi. This is why they're here. This is why they're a top team. This is why they're so deep in the bracket, and they're almost at the 50-point mark here. This is going pretty awry for Penguin, but the Crab is back, trying to contest it. There's 2 dead from ASC Tenshi, and Penguin finally gets that zone flip. And here's their chance. This is their opportunity to really push far up and make it so ASC Tenshi cannot make it back into the zone, and they're done with their penalty already.
This is going to be close. We have specials ready for ASC Tenshi to cut back in here. You have to watch out. These missiles will cause a lot of chip damage as soon as these crabs are popped. That wave breaker on zone is something that I need to see down. If it's popped too soon, it's simply dangerous for ASC Tenshi, and it's already been popped.
Yeah, and we see Penguin get the lead just barely, and they're pushing it back a little further. They're trying to get it below 30. ASC Tenshi is just trying to respond to the Crab. Falls off the canopy, is able to get the pick on the splash. That's 2 dead on the side of Penguin, and 3 dead on the side of Penguin. It's just the flings and roller, but ASC Tenshi is gonna get the zone when Penguin's only at 16 points. That's rather far away from where ASC Tenshi is now, and once again, ASC Tenshi is the one that's forced to really take control of Penguin's map and make sure that they can't make it back to the zone. And the Crab here from Penguin is already trying to make that not happen. Gets an immediate pick on the machine and just rain down all that Crab goodness that we know. It's just been so prevalent in meta, and Penguin's able to take control of the zone right back from ASC Tenshi, not even letting them get a single point before restacking that penalty on them.
I need to see some burst bombs and comboed with those fizzies and torps from ASC Tenshi. They need some sub coordination to get back onto the zone, to get some spots, that they need, and they do. Somehow they get the flanks down on either side. Great individual performances from the members of ASC Tenshi. That was the only way they got that zone back again. Just individual heroics.
Yeah, and with those heroics, ASC Tenshi is through their penalty and now pushing it below 40 and trying to get this lead back. ASC Tenshi really would like to end this here at Game 2. They don't want to risk a Game 3 against a team of Penguin's caliber. We see the Crabs come out. The Crab trying to shoot the one on the tent. ASC Tenshi's Crab goes down, though. That's 2 dead from ASC Tenshi, but they are able to barely get the lead. It's at 12 points, and Penguin gets the cap back. But ASC Tenshi just barely able to get that lead. It's not quite what they wanted, but it might just be enough to win them the set.
This is so close. This might win them the set. We also need more heroics. Ale gets one. Ale's able to trade out with Seb. This is great for Tenshi. They have their way back in. They have to watch it. The Flings has got jumps in them. Do they want to pressure the Flings or do they want to pressure the jump? They pressure the jump. Cam is gone. Flings is back. Under 30 seconds remaining. Tenshi, they can taste victory.
Yeah, but they don't want to get too complacent. There's still 15 seconds for Penguin to make it back and bring it all the way back. We see the missiles come out a little bit early, though, trying to force ASC Tenshi out of the way, just painting this in a little bit. But there's only 5 seconds left. Penguin needs to get full control of the zone if they want to force it to overtime, and ASC Tenshi looks like they're going to be able to take the set. Penguin gives up at the end, and ASC Tenshi defeats Penguin, the #1 seed of this tournament, 2-0.
Oh my goodness. ASC Tenshi has not been able to break the code on Penguin this deep in a tournament in a long time. So for them to be able to do that and put Penguin out, Penguin who's had such a good run, wow. This will be ASC Tenshi's best result in a Triton in, I want to say Splatoon 3. I almost want to say Splatoon.
What a ridiculous run by ASC Tenshi, just making it all the way through the losers bracket and now to losers finals. And Penguin, look, enough good cannot be said about Penguin. They are a phenomenal team, phenomenal 4 players. I believe they're Div X level. Like, they're just insanely good, but today it just was not quite in the cards for them, being knocked out by ND in winners, and now ASC Tenshi in losers. 4th place is still pretty nice, but you know Penguin would have liked to make it a little bit further.
Yeah, I would like to update everybody. The furthest that ASC Tenshi has placed was 2nd, and that was a loss to Penguin. This could be ASC Tenshi's tournament to win now. They've broken the team that they have not been able to solve.
Yeah, but ASC Tenshi, if they want to win this tournament, they still have 3 sets left to play, and before we get into the first of them, I believe we'll be going into a short break before losers finals. So make sure you do not go anywhere because you do not want to miss the Splatoon we have yet to come.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Triton-Cup. I am Genie7, still joined by Broken Pinky. Broken Pinky, we are in losers finals. That means we do have our best of fives back, and that's great because we have two super entertaining teams. What can you tell me that the people who haven't watched the winner side of the bracket that ND has pulled out that would surprise people?
How about the fact that they 3-0'd to the first seed of this tournament, Penguin? That's pretty surprising if you think about it. And not only that, they took Yessir to a Game 5 with the number 2 seed. ND, despite being seeded rather low, has been coming up huge in this bracket, making it all the way to winners finals. But they did lose to Yessir, and they're gonna have to make it through ASC Tenshi if they want their shot at redemption.
Yeah, I'm very interested because their comp, they've got that double melee. They've got the roller and the wiper. That comp that they've been running all day today has been proving to be, well, it's pushed Yessir, a tournament favorite and previous tournament champions, to the brink, and actually also eliminated, sent Penguin down a losers bracket. ASC Tenshi said thank you very much and ate up some penguins for dinner today.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I were to overlook that amazing set between ASC Tenshi and Penguin. They took a 2-0 over one of their bracket demons, but there's no more demons left for ASC Tenshi. They just have to get through the obstacles right in front of them, and that is ND. And we'll be starting this set of losers finals right here on Brindwater Splat Zones, one of the newer maps introduced. And we see, I don't think we saw a wiper on the side of ASC Tenshi, on the side of ND, just the roller.
Oh no, they aren't going to be bringing out that wiper at all. Oh, they sit sub Caden in. I wonder if the wiper had to go because time. That could be something that we might need to figure out later on as this set continues. But for now, ASC Tenshi are just trying to fight for the zone, but ND, they have control and they have the splats.
ND is just saying, hey, we've got a lot of mileage with that wiper, but we're not just a one-trick pony. We can just get Caden in here. We can just get a great machine player who's going to trade with your Flings Roller in spawn and force them to come back without missiles and still be perfectly fine with it, and that they are. There's only 40 seconds off this clock, 40 points off ND's total. This is just an incredible start for ND, but ASC Tenshi, with the Crab and the Booyah, are able to take zone back.
That junior is so weak inside the big bubbler. They have to watch out because we have a junior versus a custom junior, a matchup that throughout Splatoon history has never ever been mentioned.
That is very accurate. The vanilla junior has always been slightly more favored than the custom, but
slightly, slightly,
just ever so slightly. Back in Splatoon 1, back when the custom had, the disruptors and the echolocator,
Yeah.
I kid, but, now that the custom junior, has that secret sauce, and getting that splat on that machine, because it's a nice trade, but all of ASC Tenshi are down except for that Flings Roller, and now ND has the chance with that vanilla junior to take control of the street area, which is so crucial on a map as small as Brindwater Springs. They
didn't want to push really that roller up too far. They know they don't want to get punished by the members of ASC Tenshi. Smart. But they are going to actually get a kill. A good, I believe that was a Fizzy into a burst combo. And as well, a crab kill. The members of ASC Tenshi are just falling before the fight's even starting.
Yeah, ND is doing really well at picking these sort of weird angles of attacking. Typically conventionally you just see teams just sort of push all the way up, especially when you'd expect from a team that's been as aggressive as ND has, but ND has just been waiting for ASC Tenshi to make mistakes, walk forward, and that's got them all the way down to 3-2-1 points, and that's just going to be the knockout for game 1. Wow.
ASC Tenshi never able to have another fight. They just kind of got picked off one by one on their way march back to zone. And Andy said, hey, that's okay with us. If you don't want to fight again, we'll take this game 1.
That's one heck of a way to start this set out. ND, they've been waiting in losers finals for a while, but they are certainly warmed up and ready to take ASC Tenshi on, as shown by that game 1, and they were just able to keep ASC Tenshi kind of locked out. ASC Tenshi never really got a chance to hold the zone for that long, so they're going to see if they can get that chance to come on game 2, which is Splat Zone's Eeltail Alley. Genie, what do you think of this stage?
Okay, personal opinion, love it. Actual opinion on zones, that is, I have no nice words to say about it, besides, it's fun to play Reflex here, but then again, that's just like saying I like to see the world burn.
Hey, there's a traffic cone in the mid, that's funny.
Oh, that is funny. We did see ND win this map over Penguin, which was a legendary set.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a map that on zones needs help. It needs help. That's a nice way to put it. Its other modes are great. Its other modes are very, very fun. Even Turf War. But zones, that it more than drops the ball. It forgot the ball on like Urchin Underpass.
Oh my god. Well, here's hoping neither team will forget the ball and we'll just be able to rebound right back into it. This is game 2 of this best of 5 series with ND being up 1-0, and we're gonna have to see ND is gonna be sticking with the same comp that's been working for them, and ASC Tenshi is gonna be sticking with that double splash in the custom junior.
Here we go. Both these teams, they're trying to go in for this first zone. First zone cap on this mode isn't super important compared to like Flounder, but you want it because if you can just start snowballing with those splats, this map can be over because of how big the zone is. You need a junior on this map to be able to even think about painting that zone.
Yeah, exactly. This zone is just so difficult to know when you get that full cap of, and even now ASC Tenshi has a lot of control of the map but no zone, but they finally get it. But the junior is the splash is gonna get punished by the roller for going just a little too far forward. And this roller player is able to help, get another kill on the splashes. ND gets control of the zone. And now ASC Tenshi is the one being forced back. We see the junior trying to make something happen with the bombs, but ASC Tenshi, or with the bombs, they just haven't been able to make it forward. And the machine has the control of the area under bridge, and ND is just starting to run away with this map once again.
Here goes that Booyah Bomb, trying to find some space. ASC Tenshi, they're pushed on the back foot. They've got a crab tank out, just trying to stall some space, trying to allow themselves to get kind of back in. They know that the roller is here. Billy is going to be pressured out. That is going to allow them a good way to get back in. Unfortunately, though, Billy's just going to jump back in there and be all ready to go for the next fight.
Yeah, and Billy's already respawned and ready to go. And ND has this point total at 25. ASC Tenshi finally contested a little bit, but my goodness, ND had control of the zone for quite a while. But 2 go down from ND, and that is going to force them to sort of reset their momentum a little bit. And now ASC Tenshi is trying to push forward. We see them throw bombs up on that raised platform area of that court, just try and make sure that ND can't really feel comfortable even in their own base, and the machine is just perfectly content to sit back, chuck fizzies, get a Booyah Bomb charge, chuck that in, just do whatever possible to make sure ND cannot make it back to mid, because they've shown just how devastating they can be once they get back into mid and get control of the map, and we're already starting to see that happen just a little bit.
He's trying to go in.
2 dead on the side of ASC Tenshi, and the roller getting all the way behind and able to help with that zone cap.
Wait, but ASC Tenshi, they're able to flip that on their head. ND got the zone flip, but at the cost of pretty much all their members that were still alive. Seb is still here, just trying to fight their way through. Realizes, hey, you know what? Maybe I just go back. Maybe it's worth saving on my crab. Maybe it's worth fighting another fight.
Yeah, that crab is so crucial. If you can get it up on that bridge area, it's so hard to deal with, just so far away, especially for a comp like ND. Doesn't really do very well with that long-range pressure that, maybe a flinch roll would be taken to deal with. The crab is able to pop the Booyah, but the Booyah forces the crab to break. The splash is going to go out a little too far and just get picked off by the junior. ND is going to try to get this zone back, though. ASC Tenshi is through the penalty. Nice bomb kill from the junior. There's only 10 points to go, though. ND has to go now, and this zone is so hard to cap in this situation, but they are able to get it just 2 points before ASC Tenshi takes the lead back.
Nova's bomb was the only reason that ND was able to cap that zone. Followed up by the big bubbler, followed up by the rest of their team, but that bomb was the only reason they got back in. The only reason why they're the ones that have the lead still.
Yeah, and that bomb is allowing them to push their penalty down even further, but ASC Tenshi has a lot of pain in the zone. We do see a splash battle going on far into ASC Tenshi's territory. One of them is just being forced to retreat all the way back to ASC Tenshi's
so
spawn.
smart.
Just trying to pick up anyone that tries to spawn in, but no kills are happening.
No, they were trying to get crab. They said, you know what? I'm here. Why not just get the free paint that isn't in our spawn? Because we don't have all that much paint still in our spawn. We have all this free paint in your spawn. I'm gonna get it. Unfortunately, that might come back to bite them later in the game. But that's not the thing we have to worry about. The thing we have to worry about is that ASC Tenshi has no penalty, and now they have lead.
Yeah, I got to apologize to ND for that one. That was a really smart play, but it does come back to
bite them.
That's
a wipeout
for ND. ASC Tenshi is going to be able to take this for a knockout. I don't think ND can make it back to the zone in time. The machine is trying to make it there, but is not able to make something happen. ASC Tenshi just able to sneak that game out from under ND. And now they're up 1-1 in the series.
Wow. Both teams are close. Both teams know how to fight a good fight. Not surprised to see the scoreline tied up at 1-1. I'm looking forward to this Mako game. I want to see the machines. It's a machine paradise on Mako.
That it is.
I'm also looking at this map list, and the players might have some things to say about it. The map list, by the way, for everyone that doesn't know, Grands is hand selected, but Grands and winners finals are hand selected. I thought losers finals was hand selected, but looking at this map list, I don't think it is, because it looks to be just random zones.
I mean, hey, some people just want to watch the world burn, and if we get to game 4 and 5, the audience might just see what we're talking about. But hey, we're still in game 3. We still have a good map. We have Splatoon's Mako Mart, as you said, a machine paradise. Just all those fun little ledges to just hit over and around, and we're probably gonna see that machine play go as we hop right into game 3 of this set. 1-1 between ASC Tenshi and ND, trying to win this loser's final set and make it back to Grands against Yessir, but they'll have to get through each other first. We don't see a comp change for ND, and we also are not going to see one for ASC Tenshi. And here we go into game 3.
Both teams know the game plan that they have. They know the game plan that they want to rock out with. The Ninja Squid from ND won't be as useful because those torpedoes will always know where you are. Just that little bit of, hey, this thing is chasing, like this torpedo is chasing a roller, can be huge. That even happened with me in a tournament just last week. I saw a chicken out of the auto bomb out of place, and I knew it's hey, there's a 52 gal that's sharking here that always has Ninja Squid. It can be so helpful towards your team.
Yeah, that's just the power of torpedoes. But so far, ASC Tenshi hasn't really been needing them. They've just been kind of dominant throughout this Mako game, just getting all the right picks. The roller's already dead, and we're a little over 40 seconds in, and point total is getting down to 50 and below. ASC Tenshi just has so much control of this map. ND is able to get the pick on the splash, but they're just so far away from the zone, and the junior is making sure it's all painted up and good as we finally cross the minute barrier, and ND is finally contesting the zone.
Billy's just trying to paint around in zone, has to watch out. They're outside of the big bubblers. Both big bubblers have been popped for ND. They do have the zone capped. Billy's trying to find some space, trying to find a good angle, but gets punished heavily by Seb on that splasher map.
Very well played by Seb on that splash. Just barely able to get that roller trying to retreat, and ASC Tenshi is just furthering their advantage. The machine doesn't get the pick. Wins the machine battle on the stack and gets a second pick. Very well played from ND, trying to throw the Booyah Bomb because ND knows they really want to take this game. They just want to leverage every advantage they can, and more time they have to dilly-dally, the more ahead ASC Tenshi will get, and this is sort of ND's chance to try and pull the rug out from under them and get this lead back. We see this roller just try to take space on the right side, battling with the machine, probably going to get the kill, and they do. That's 3 different ASC Tenshi, and things are looking really good for ND right now.
ND, great position. Unfortunately for Billy, with the changes of the game, that tarp is going to show off where they are sitting, and they're also on top of that block. Seb will know exactly where they are. Luckily, they've gone back. This left side there was looking a little bit chaotic. They do lose Caden, who was on that machine. Pressured by the Crab and the Waybreaker. Zone lead will be swapped in favor of ND. ASC Tenshi is not happy about that, and they will recap it for themselves.
Yeah, but the roller gets the trade on the splash on the custom junior. Getting the support player out is huge because that's the biggest source of pain for ASC Tenshi, but the roller would like to stay alive. ASC Tenshi still has the man advantage though. The junior is being forced rather far back. They can't really find a good place to use the bubbler, and that's just kind of the biggest issue with the special as a whole. And the junior gets picked off. That's a crucial man advantage for ASC Tenshi. The junior still coming from spawn, and there's only 3 and 4 up. All those specials from ASC Tenshi are online. We see the crab already come out. The second crab is on deck. That's going to be a lead switch for ASC Tenshi. There's only 2 minutes left in this game, but we might not be making that far just by how much ND is being pushed back.
Where the bubblers can't find you any space. They can find your space on the zone, but they can't get you there. And both bubblers are gone. How are they supposed to pick the zone with the machine and the splash? Just the machine, just Caden, they're gone. That's going to be a wipeout in ASC Tenshi. They are going to be taking this game 3, setting themselves up on a match point.
It's a crucial match point. Up 2-1 of the series. This is best of 5. We're back to best of 5, but ASC Tenshi is just trying to make it done in 4. ND just not really having the answers they needed. And ASC Tenshi had control pretty much that entire game. Very well played by them, but we're going to have to see if they can keep up this momentum as we head to game 4 on Splat Zone's Mahi Mahi.
Wow. Never thought we'd say this deep in a tournament. Zone's Mahi Mahi.
maybe if this was Splatoon 1, you know, in better days.
Yeah, I can agree. Even though I had a skill issue of falling in the water that has been made very apparent, and yeah, bad times. It was still better in that game. It's harder to fall in the water in this game, but oh my goodness, this zones map is just a battlefield. It is entertaining to watch because it's not a map that we usually get to see. And these teams are very evenly skilled, even though there is a 2-1 scoreline. It's still 2-1, very close and very doable for either team to either, if you're ASC Tenshi, to close it out, or ND to take it to that final game.
Yeah, there is.
It's going to be grab your popcorn, everybody. You are not going to want to miss this game. I don't really have anything else to say because this map just plays out for itself. You just kind of inflate your little inflatable dinghy. If you have a reef slider pillow, pump it up, sit on it, get your popcorn, get your drinks, get your pina coladas, and get ready for some intense action at the pool.
Yeah, this is a crucial game in the series. This is game 4. If ASC Tenshi wins, they win the set and move on to grand finals. And Yessir, or not, ND is going to be changing up their comp a bit, dropping that roller for the machine, and ASC Tenshi is going to pick up a roller of their own, this time being the Flingser roller, to try and get paint in the zone. And I think Mahi is an interesting map mode in this game just because the stage is so tiny that even if you get forced back by a crab, you can be back in the zone pretty quickly. But that is ASC Tenshi winning the first team fight and getting the first cap of the zone. That's 3 dead for ND. There's still people from spawn, and that's a delayed wipe already in the first 20 seconds of the game.
Luckily for ND, the zone will start, the entire zone area and the entire map will change at the 60 point mark, which is good. It is fastly approaching, and it will be here. Unfortunately, that means that ASC Tenshi gets more special, more area to paint and more area to get the special. So ND have to get this cap on this team fight.
Yeah, the specials are coming out. The crab and the booyah from ND are trying to make it happen, but that's just 2 of them down. And ASC Tenshi, 3 go down from ASC Tenshi right at the sand. The machine gets a beautiful double assisted by the bubble. And that's going to be ND getting control of the zone for the first time this game. It's only a minute in, but things have been looking pretty bad for ND. And now this is their chance to really turn things in their head, because this set has been all ASC Tenshi so far. The machine does get the nice trade in the Splash-O-Matic trying to come into the zone, and now ND has things right where they want them. They just want to make sure they hold mid a little longer and make sure they get that lead.
Good trades from the machine. With the Booyah Bomb now from ASC Tenshi coming out, they're going to pressure the crab. They're going to be able to take it out with their own crab. ASC Tenshi able to get control of the zone. They have to watch out because Caden still on this machine is still going off. They got 1. Can they find another? Can they have some more heroics for ND? Looks like they can. Wheel Bomb is out. Nova with that big bubbler goes down inside of it. Caden still finds some more. How much more work is Caden going to do? Caden gets 3, but ND, where are they? Are they able to capitalize off of Caden's amazing triple? No, they are not.
That was so unfortunate. Caden did so well getting a triple kill, but the teammates just weren't quite there, able to assist, and ASC Tenshi has control of the zone. They're about halfway through their penalty, and this is bad news for ND. This is do or die. They have to win this game if they want to make it through the set and have a chance to rematch against Yessir. Things are looking very bad for them. They don't even have control of the zone right now. Things are getting very scrappy. ASC Tenshi is going to have it a little bit longer, get a little bit lower in their penalty, and he finally gets it, though. And we're at the halfway point of this match, and things have just been looking so good for ASC Tenshi, but anything can happen in the last 2.5 minutes.
So tight. Seb able to find Billy with that crab. They get, luckily they go in the crab ball form before they get splatted. The QE able to get that splat, get trade out by Owl. Caden finds that trade as well. Trade back and forth, but ND, those are favorable for them because they have control of the zone and they have the control of, they have more members on that zone. They're also able to find more splats. The roller goes down and this machine is pressured so far back that Billy gets punished by that.
Yeah, cool guys don't look at explosions, and the machine didn't even have to look at that player dying, but ND is very close to getting this lead back. They are paused at 36, though. 35, 4, 3, 2. They get to 31. They get to 30. They get the lead. They push it down a little further, but the story of the set hasn't been ND getting the lead to begin with. It's maintaining it. And ND wants to get this momentum going to a knockout. The point total is getting towards 10. That's 2 dead for ASC Tenshi. There's not a lot of time for them to get to the zone. The Flings gets picked off trying to run into it, and that's the knockout for ND. We're going to game 5.
Game 5. What a map. What a series. ND showing us off how entertaining these wacky maps can be. Unfortunately, they did swap off of the roller, but I think they needed to, because roller on that map can be so hard to use. It's so flat. There's no options to hide. You have to have your big bubbler, and I think that the machine pick was critical in them being able to survive in this series.
Yeah, just so well done by ND. Just able to turn things on their head and really get control of that zone. Just able to maintain it a little stronger than they did with their roller on the side. And we'll have to see if that roller comes back for game 5. And here we go on to Mincemeat Metalworks. And there's a few opinions at this station. Not a lot of positive ones regarding all 4 modes, but
Rainmaker's got positive. Rainmaker has positive.
I guess Rainmaker has positives, but maybe we'll have a positive experience like we did on Mahi Mahi. Here we go. Game 5 of this set between ASC Tenshi and ND. Loser's final. Loser gets 3rd place, and the winner gets to move on to the loser side of Grand Finals. Things are going to be interesting here. We see the double machine stay. We see the Flingsy Roller stay. The same comps as last game, and now each team is going to just try and throw themselves at the other and emerge the victor.
Here we go. This will be it. All the marbles. Whoever gets to take on Yessir. Both these teams don't want to give an inch, and the first cap will be ready for ND. Gotta watch out. Nova never ever wants to pop that big bubbler underneath of that grading in zone. I know it will be difficult for them not to, but if you do, your big bubbler is so tiny and it's so small and it's so fragile.
It's so depressing to think about, but I mean, this battle in zone has been kind of depressing to think about. Just people going down left and right, but it looks like ND is going to win that team fight. It's just 2 left for ASC Tenshi. The Splash is trying to battle for the Alezia, are able to get the trade, which is pretty crucial for ASC Tenshi, trying to get back into zone, but ND has a lot of control of this map. This map is very yellow, but ASC Tenshi is just barely able to get the zone. This zone has just been going so back and forth. It's the Mincemeat special.
Mincemeat special. Lots of specials needed to cap the zone. Lots of specials needed to stay alive on this zone. And that's what ASC Tenshi hasn't been able to do for for just like a half minute here. They have their crab out, but it's being pressured out and it's down. They need to find the specials to get into the zone. They need to find a pick with some of these subs. And ND, they're the ones that have good control. They now have to live on the special onslaught.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Splash is going to go down to the special onslaught. That's a 3v3, 2v3, it's a 2v2 in zone. Just a utter scrap for control. The Junior is going to put the bubble onto the grate. No, it's so small and fragile. Just enough to give jumps, but they're not safe whatsoever. The machine is able to get the Junior around the bubbler. But ND still has control of mid somehow. It's just the machine left in mid, though. I don't think they're going to be able to outpaint the Flings, and they are not. Tragically zone flip just off that bubble plays, as you were talking about, Genie.
The baby bubble not able to protect Nova. Nova needed that to protect them. But, oh, I'm so worried for Caden. Can Caden stay alive on that left side? No, they can't. They'll be pressured down. Both these teams losing members. Both these teams trying to fight for zone. Crab is out. Missiles have already been used. They're trying to charge them up again. Wheel bomb out from ASC Tenshi, trying to force the space, trying to get the zone cap. We're almost at the halfway point in this game, and neither team has got it below 50.
Yeah, this game is so back and forth, and that's the thing about Mincemeat. It's so easy to contest the zone, but it's so hard to keep control of it and to maintain it. And Andy's just been doing it a little better so far. But we're at 2.5 minutes. Anything can happen. This is game 5 of the set, and both these teams are very strong and very capable of making this reversal. That's why they're here in the first place.
Okay.
But Andy is through their penalty. That's 3 there for AC Tenshi. It's just 1 left in the corner. It's just the machine being pressured by all of ND. They do get a spot, but they're going to go down. And now the point total for ND is below the 30-point mark. And now they're just going to wait for AC Tenshi to just fall into their lap.
And a big bubbler.
There's a crab and a bubbler left. The crab is trying to get set up. The points are below 10. This is so huge for ND. They need to just hold on a little bit longer. The splash is being 10 missiled, but that's going to be it. And that's going to be ND taking the set over ASC Tenshi.
What a ending for ND to come up clutch in that game. There was no way for ASC Tenshi after Caden's big triple on that machine underneath of the plat of ASC Tenshi to get back in. No specials were there, and the specials didn't have to be used for ND. A big bubbler and a crab, and smart from Kiwi to take those 10 missiles and not even go close to zone. Nova said, you know what? My big bubbler is still here. It's not going to last for too much longer, and I'm just going to paint. There was nothing ASC Tenshi could do. There was no way they could get close enough to that zone. And a great, great comeback for ND.
Beautiful plays by ND. ASC Tenshi made it so far through the bracket, beating their Demon Penguin, but they are going to be bowing out at 3rd place. And now we have a rematch for Grand Finals. ND coming from the loser side, you need to win 2 sets against Yessir, the team that knocked them into loser's bracket in the first place. This grand finals is going to be interesting.
But yeah, before we go to grand finals, we have to do a weird swap. We had extra teams with some extra teams and some extra time in this tournament. So I'm actually gonna have to be stepping off the mic. Vega, luckily, is gonna be able to sub in for me. Broken Pinky, it's been a great time with you. Thank you so much for filling in for somebody else. Today grand finals has got 2 different commentators than predicted to start the day. That's pretty funny. But
yeah, a little bit funny. But before you hop off, Genie, I gotta ask, where can the wonderful people in this Twitch chat find you?
They can find me probably next Apple's event, but as the teams are getting ready here, they can find me at Genie7. That's GEENIE7 _ on Twitter, no underscore on everything else, and I will be around. I've got a podcast on another Splatoon organization that is floating around. So if you want to check that out, check out the tournament tomorrow that I'll be working on. But with that, I know I will be back here again for the next Squid Junction next Saturday. But I will see you all then. Have a good night, everyone. Don't miss grand finals.
This grand finals is going to be some. See you guys after this break. Hello everyone and welcome back to Triton-Cup 46. I am Broken Pinky, joined here by Vega, and here we are. It is grand finals, a grudge match between Yessir and ND, 2 teams that have faced off in the winner's bracket, but Yessir was able to come out on top. Yessir only needs to win 1 set and ND has to win 2, and we're starting the set off on Splatoon's Hammerhead.
Yeah, good evening, good day. It depends on what time zone you are watching from me as well. This is actually the very first game I'm commentating today. And yeah, we are seeing, as you just said, Yessir with a great confidence going into this grand finals here. A very early crab is coming out, and it also gets a splat right here, which gives them a good advantage over ND. And now the time is ticking down for Yessir, which has a pretty interesting comp. We've seen this very often, the double splash and the double machine comp, and yeah, this is working out for them in the beginning.
I guess has such an advantage already. It's been a minute and they're already at the 40-point mark. And not only do they have the advantage in the game, they also have that mental advantage. ND knows they're going to have to not only take this set, but the next one, and they know that they came up short. And Yessir's been taking every advantage that they can to really just spawn lock ND. On a map like Hammerhead Bridge, that can be very difficult to stop. The crab is just so high up and not really able to make something happen. There's only 10 points left, but 3 go down for Yessir. This is ND's one and only chance, and they just barely make it to the zone in time. And that's going to be a delayed wipe of Yessir. And now it's ND's chance to really take control of this game.
the dominance we were seeing from Yessir in the first minute is really something that you can highlight, because ND really struggled to get into the game, but now they are coming back, and Tiflo actually gets one pick on the machine, and this might be the next zone flip right here if Yessir can actually survive this one, which doesn't seem like it, and so ND can advance their score further.
Yeah, and he's just bringing it a little bit closer. They have to get it down to 5 points, and by the time they do, they're going to be in a really good spot to get the knockout. And Andy just has so much control of the stage. There's just so much yellow. The machine is popping the Booyah, just really trying to control things. Throws it right at the crab, trying to just delay it, but there's a second crab with the Booyah being thrown at it as well. There's under 10 points left. Andy just have to hold on a little bit longer to get the lead. 4-3, 2-1, and that's going to be the knockout for ND, taking game 1 against Yessir on Hammerhead Bridge.
So this was the very first game. We got a first glimpse of what we were about to see right here, and yeah, pretty dominant start from Yessir, but yeah, ND really kept their confidence, and they didn't give up, and they got this win right here, this first. So Yessir has some struggle to deal with now, because they were in a really good spot to take the first win here, and yeah, they kind of took it away somehow, and this is now something they have to find out how to change it.
It's always such a hard feeling to just kind of get, you know, be put in an anti-comeback scenario that the other team makes a comeback against you, and for Yessir, this is not the same ND that they are used to facing. They've dropped the wiper, they've dropped the roller, and they've brought on some incredible offense and defense and versatility, but here we go. We're heading right into game 2 on Sturgeon Shipyard, and of course, you know, these comps, we're used to seeing them before. We are seeing 4 machines in this game, 3 splashes, and the junior on the side of ND. ND's really been making a lot of things happen with that big bubbler, and I'm curious to see how it's going to work for them on a large zone like Sturgeon, and very awkwardly shaped, but we do see the first crab from Yessir come out. It's already 3 versus 3. There's a machine trade, but neither team's really able to get the cap in the zone. There's a crab battle on the spinners, but the crab of Yessir is going to lose out a little bit, and Yessir is going to lose the zone first. 2 of them go down, and ND gets the first cap. That's 3 dead for Yessir. It's just the machine alive, and ND is already making a statement in this game too, saying last game was no fluke. We're ready to take this whole set with it.
Yes, and ND now with the better start than the first game, and now this is going to look like an Uno reverse card right here. But two of ND are going down, and this is the crab and the junior last. But they can defend the zone really good right here, and now it's Yessir that has to back out of the situation, and the timer is going to get down to 30 seconds. This is going to be pretty tough for Yessir to come back in.
Yeah, we do see the splash of Yessir building a crab in enemy territory, but they're going to get picked off by ND's own splash, and 2 are dead from Yessir, and there's only 14 points left on this timer for ND. ND's in a phenomenal situation to just KO right off the bat. Yessir has not gotten control of the zone once. They're at the 2-point markers, though, stalled, and Yessir finally gets control of the zone, but it's just the machine there to defend it, and the machine goes down. It's the wipeout. ND is not quite able to get the knockout, but they are able to get another wipeout. They're stalled at 2 points right now, though. If Yessir wants to make this comeback, they have one hell of a hill to climb. They have to get it all the way down to 1 point, and ND is going to do everything in their power to make sure that doesn't happen. The machine is really just taking control of this left side of the map, just bobbing and weaving around this crab, just trying to get this pick on the crab. On the splash, it's going to drop onto them. They're not quite able to get the pick, though. The splash wins the 1v1, and now Yessir has a little bit of extra ammo to come in and retake the zone again. But we're at the halfway mark, and there's about 90 points difference between these 2 teams. It's just so hard for Yessir right now to really get set up into this position with the offense of ND and just their ability to just really just play coordinate as a team. And ND is winning yet another team fight, and that's just the knockout. and that's just going to be game 2 over. ND, despite losing in winners finals in a tight game 5 set, are already up 2-0 versus Yessir and are threatening to take the reset.
This is definitely not how Yessir expected them to play. Like you said earlier, the team composition in winners finals was totally different in comparison to now. And yeah, now Yessir has to think about something that they can do about ND, because now they have 3 match points to get this whole, not the whole, but the bracket reset. And this might be some kind of psychological advantage also, because you have in your back of your mind, you got this feeling like, okay, we beat the ones that kicked us out of winners bracket. We beat them clear 3-0, and this is gonna be pretty tough now for Yessir to actually come back out of this situation. But as we are seeing, Yessir is not going to change their comms, neither does ND, and this is going to be pretty much the same as last one, but now we're at Scorch Gorge.
And Vega, I love that you talked about the mental of these two teams, but I think it's worth knowing that Yessir knows they have a set to play with. They might just be a little complacent, and they might just come full force in the second set against a fully warmed up ND, but Yessir is going to get that first cap, which is not something we've seen a whole lot in the set, and ND is not doing super well in this team fight. Yessir gets 2 picks on them, and I think it's going to be Yessir taking the first team fight using a lot of their specials, and once you get control on Scorch Gorge, that's honestly the end of the game because of how hard it is to just get back into mid. It's kind of like, you know, the Kelp Dome of old, but without that good flank route, you can just get locked onto your platform very easily, and we're starting to see that happen to ND, as Yessir is already below the 50-point mark in just the first minute.
But now some of the members of Yessir are gonna be picked out, and this is gonna be the zone flip for sure, if Funds isn't going to stay alive right here. And this is the zone control for ND, and they stopped Yessir right in front of the 30 points mark. So this is not gonna be the full effect of last ditch effort, unfortunately, but nevertheless, Yessir is going to come back right here pretty much flawlessly and getting their control back, and now the timer is going to kick down again for them.
Yeah, Yessir is proving to be unshakable. You know, they got 32 points scored against them, but they're just not willing to let up at all, and they're just trying to make sure ND can't get anything started. They really want this game because that's just such a huge momentum shift. Taking a game after going down 2-0 is just such a hard thing for the other team to process, I feel. But ND is desperately trying to get this reset here and now. They don't want to play with anymore, but the machine gets a little greedy, gets picked off. ND's still able to get the zone though, but it's not a comfortable cap, but the bomb picks off the machine. That's 2 dead on the side of Yessir, 3 dead, and ND is probably going to get the zone and probably going to force Yessir out. It's just the splash on Yessir, and I think they just jumped out. I think that's going to be total control for ND, and now they threw their penalty. They're at the 60-point mark, and they're just going to try and make sure they get this lead back and they win this set here and now at game 3. You don't want to risk anything, but the machine goes a little too hard, does get picked off, and Yessir is able to get the cap against ND, stack another penalty against them right before ND can take the lead.
This was pretty important for them because now Yessir still has the lead, and Tiflo with his machine is sitting tight here on top mid, throwing his Coca-Cola cans, and now 2 Booyahs are actually coming out, which is another zone cap for ND. And yeah, this is now pretty important for them because we are going into the last 1.5 minutes. And now Yessir needs a way to come back into the zone, because now they are now they are 1 down, 2 down. 2 members of Yessir are down, which is not good, especially in this kind of situation right now, as ND is taking the lead.
Yeah, and now ND is in a spot where they can threaten to just 3-0 win this set right here and reset the bracket. Things are getting pretty dire for Yessir after they lose their lead. They're just not doing... Oh, but they are able to get 3 down on the side of ND right as I say they're not doing well in the team fight. That's going to be a delayed wipe, and there's only a minute left in this game. The machine is going to jump out, and now this is Yessir's chance to really get that gambit going to make sure that they can just win this game, while ND is trying desperately to win the set here at 3-0. They know that they need a bracket reset if they want to win this tournament, but Yessir is trying to deny them, and Yessir is through their penalty. They're stacking the specials onto ND's plat, and they're very close to taking the lead themselves. The boosts are starting to come out. The lead will switch. That's unavoidable, but ND is trying to play patiently and wait for their opportunity. They don't have time to wait any longer, though. They have to win this team fight, and they have to get control of the zone if they want to keep this match going, and you know they do. There's only 15 seconds left before we dip into overtime. ND is just barely able to get cap of the zone. That's 3 dead for Yessir, and now ND is going to have to maintain control of the zone just a little bit longer. Make sure Yessir cannot get back. They're already being pushed. Yessir's already being pushed back by the bombs of ND. The bomb spam is just so crucial. The last ditch effort in full effect. We are seeing the specials start to come out, though. The double booyah and the crab from Yessir, just trying to make sure that ND is not comfortable in the zone, as the zone is oh so close to having that lead switch. And if that does happen, ND will take this set. There's only 3 points left. So close to taking this lead, and ND takes it 3-0 over Yessir in set 1 of Grands. And Vega, we have a reset on our hands.
Yes, this is going to be pretty dang close right here, because as we were seeing right here in the last few seconds, the zone was pretty much painted all in black. It didn't stop the counter from ticking down, and yeah, now ND takes the 3-0 win over Yessir, giving them the psychological advantage I was talking about earlier. And now, I'm so sorry for all of the guys coming from the Central European time, me included. We are gonna have to stick a little bit longer to know who is going to take the win right here.
Yeah, this is a double elimination tournament, which means we are going to have the grand finals reset. We saw Yessir take the set in winners finals. We saw ND take the set in grand finals just a minute ago. Now both of these teams are in loser side of grands. This is a winner take all for the set. Whoever wins the set will win the tournament. This is a crucial match going forward, and we're starting this off right here on Zones Museum. Neither team has already changed their comp. They know that it's been working against each other this whole tournament, and 2 are already down to the side of ND. The splash gets a 3rd, and now Yessir getting an early advantage, something they did not have at all in the first set. Maybe they're finally warmed up to ND's tricks, and they're ready to just come at them full force.
Kiwi and Nico having their own private crab tank battle, and now the timer is going to tick down. Oh yes, sir, 2 members of ND are down, and yeah, this is not looking quite good for an ND right here, as Yessir has full control of the map, and yeah, the ND is pretty much packed up in their own spawn.
Yeah, even though ND has all their men alive, they're just not able to get into the zone, and Yessir's already pushed it at the 30-point mark in just a minute. If ND has any last-ditch effort, that's going to be fully activated, but they might not be enough. They might have enough time to really get the zone back, and that's a pick on the side of Yessir. The Booyah Bomb comes in the zone, the specials are all coming out from ND, but there's just no pain happening. Yessir is just doing such a good job of locking them out. That's 3 dead on the side of ND, and that's going to be the wipeout for Yessir to take the game 1 of set 2. And Yessir saying, we might have lost the first set, but we still have a whole other set to play with, and we are ready to win this.
Now, this is pretty much interesting. Despite the fact having the psychological disadvantage here, Yessir is not going to bother and taking the first win right here. And yeah, now ND, now they had their advantage, but they didn't use it right here. And I guess now they are tied. They are really desperate now to win this all. And yeah, the next one is actually one of the newer maps right here. What do you think? Are we going to see any comp changes despite seeing none? Okay, that's gonna be my my question answered.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be seeing
going
any
to
comp
go
changes.
over.
They read it up too quickly, but here we go on Brinewater Springs, the Tetris block map that is. It's very small, which means whichever team just gets that control and pushes up first is going to be in a very good position in that zone. You can already see it's tiny. It's so easy to make flip, but Yessir gets the first cap, and this opening team fight is so crucial on this map. Whoever wins that team fight and pushes into the enemy ramp first is at such a huge advantage. And ND is at a spot where they can't really make it to mid, but in spite of that, two go down to the side of Yessir. The crab is going to try to find the third, but not quite able to find it, but nonetheless, Yessir is forced out of the zone for now, and ND is the one with the advantage. They do get 2 picks on both the splashes, but 2 of their own go down. It's 2 versus 2 for control of the zone. This machine is being forced into the corner by the enemy machine. It's machine-on-machine violence, and the machine of Yessir is able to win. And unfortunately, despite having a ton of advantage, ND's just not quite able to make it happen and make it into anything substantial. And now it's Yessir that has a lot of map control here.
Yessir really dominating ND right here, and now they really have to back up again into their spawn. And this is pretty difficult on Brinewater Springs. Once the enemy team is in pretty much the area where you can drop from your spawn, you can't really come back right here, and that's what we are seeing right here, as the timer is going to go under 10, and this might be the second game for Yessir right here, leading 2-0, and now we have the opposite. Now Yessir has 3 match points at their hands.
Yeah, Yessir is not only at match point, they are at tournament point. If Yessir wins any of the next 3 games, they will win this tournament here and now, and they will be your Triton-Cup champions. And ND, now the ball is in their court. It's on them to be able to stop the momentum that Yessir has just been able to build throughout the set. You know, despite dropping set 1, they're like, no, we were cold, we're now warmed up, we're ready to take it, and Yessir is going to try and take it on Zone's Hagglefish. Vega, what do you think of this map?
Yeah, I think the comp of ND, so the ones with double machine, has some kind of disadvantage against the composition against Yessir, because on this map, Crab Tank really is the key to victory, in my opinion. So if you conquer the enemy plat, and you can stack your crabs down, you really have some good position to win this whole game. But let's see how both of the teams are going to develop right here. We're seeing some early crabs, and just overall the first, I guess the first ones to actually get the zone is Yessir right here, and this is 3 going to be down on the side of ND. I can't really talk now.
Yeah, I mean, Yessir just has so much control of this zone right now. You know, ND's just being forced back into their spawn. There's only a minute gone, but Yessir's just trying to end it here and now. You know, really just force things back as much as possible. The specials are coming out. They just want to defend this zone as best as they can. They're trying to make sure ND can't get to it, because Yessir knows if they win this game, they win the set. But 2 on Yessir are going to go down. ND is trying to make this an advantage. That's 3 dead for Yessir, and ND is going to take this back, and make it last just a little bit longer, but a minute 15 are down, and Yessir is already at the 34-point mark. Things are going to be rough for ND if they want to take this game. We do see the splash off in the right corner trying to charge up a crab, but they get taken out, or the junior and the machine get taken out by the same fizzy, and now Yessir has control of the zone once again. The crab is there, just to try and make things last a little bit longer, and now Yessir is well on their way chewing through their penalty, and ND has to respond to this. They know that if they don't take the zone back from Yessir and the lead back, they will lose the tournament here, and you know ND does not want to settle with second place. But they're just not able to get back in the zone. They finally make their way in, they get the control, but Yessir is still there and still alive and well, and this team fight is just not ending. The machine is able to get the machine, but dies to the splash, and Yessir is just kind of collapsing on ND on the lower right portion of the map, but here comes ND's teammates, able to win that team fight, and now ND is through their penalty. The last of Yessir is being forced to jump out into their court area, and ND is getting dangerously close to flipping this lead. We are seeing the specials come out from the side of Yessir. The double crabs are online, but they're not painting the zone. And ND are just trying desperately to get the zone cap back, but they're not able to. Yessir is able to stack the penalty on them, and they're just desperately trying to chew through that penalty. The clutch bomb kill of Nova on the zone against the splash is going to help ND just a little bit, but this game has just been all Yessir. They just have so much pain. They're pressuring the plat of ND so well, and Yessir is through their penalty pretty much. They're going to be just trying to get through it, just trying to get through it and trying to get the lead back. There's only 2 left on the side of ND as opposed to all 4 being up on Yessir. The machine is just forced, and that's a wipeout for Yessir. There's only 25 seconds left on the countdown, and Yessir has all their people up. They're ready to make this attack happen. This is the last chance for ND to have a chance in this tournament. Will Yessir let up even a second? There's only 5 points left on the zone countdown clock. ND is trying to make it back to the zone, but they can't make it in time. And Yessir are your Triton-Cup 46 champions.
That's pretty much it right here. Although ND made it into the zone in the last few seconds, there was not much they could do about this pretty dominant win right here in the bracket reset, and Yessir takes it all home. And yeah, the overall performance of all the players from Yessir is pretty key to victory right here, because they really fought as a team right here, and they not once in a single hit I had the idea that they were fighting on their own, really.
Yeah, Yessir was just able to just do such a good job at coming back from ND. You know, they were able to take this tournament, but it was not without their difficulties. ND being such great opponents, taking the first set of grand finals, forcing the reset, going game 5 with them in winners, but it's just not quite enough. Yessir is able to take it and take the tournament. And that's going to be it for us here at Dapple Productions. But before we sign off, Vega, I gotta ask, where can the lovely people of this Twitch chat find you?
You can find me most of the time on Twitter, Vega_SPL. But I have to warn you, most of my tweets are in German, so I guess you can't really understand them, but sometimes I also tweet in English, so there's something for everybody.
Truly something for everyone. And you can find me on Twitter at brokenpinky_. I haven't posted in a little while, but you know what, maybe I'll make a New Year's resolution, try to post a little bit more on Twitter, and you know, give all you guys the Splatoon content you deserve. But unfortunately, we here at Dapple Productions cannot give you any more. That's going to be me, Broken Pinky, and Vega signing off. Thank you all so much for watching Triton-Cup 46. I hope you all really enjoyed this incredible tournament. I wish you all an incredible day.
Nice day. Bye.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!